え、なんでまた Hello, I am not muted. I repeat, I am not muted. Am I? Hello, hello. We are doing the Juneteenth on the Juneteenth, the famous promise stream that I have promised for a long time now. And we're gonna discover what's up. We're gonna discover what the whole Juneteenth. Wait, I'm not. Am I late? No, wait. I'm pretty sure I'm super on time. No? I am super sure. So we're gonna be checking out what even Juneteenth is. To me you are, because I will never be what? Sorry, what happened? What has... So we have to discover the secret of what the Juneteenth is. Or else. I swear, I could have sworn that 19 people were waiting for this and now they dropped to 7. It's okay. So okay, we're gonna go on this journey together. The journey of discovery. Of discovery what the Juneteenth is. Is it June number 19? Stay tuned to find out. We're gonna find out right now through our favorite page, the wiki. First we'll go to the bird milk, our favorite page. Bird milk. And then we go to Juneteenth. I have so really wild things to go through today, gigglers. I'm just... Oh, wow! Celebrate freedom. So I think we've gotten a little bit of a hint of what this day is all about. The Google has given us a bit of a hint of what's going on today, I think. Wow. Wiki user, of course. It's the best page ever. Google is woke now? Yeah, of course. Or as we more...
Oh, Barry! Barry!
Thank you for the $300, which hopefully will help me get a PS5 to stream FF16 when it comes out. Thank you so much for the $300, fake Alec Kyle Parker. We're gonna investigate what's up. Oh, actually it has a Polish wiki as well. The day of freedom from slavery. Emancipation from slavery. Which is interesting that in Polish it has to be like super specified in the brackets that it's from slavery. Juneteenth. And I find it, okay, from what I've learned about it behind the scenes, I find one thing very, very interesting. And I hope everybody will see this is this sort of the theme of a full circle. Thank you. Thank you for upholding your promise. You're the best giggler ever in the world. Well, I haven't fully kept my promise because we still have to finish the War of Independence history. But don't worry because I've got an expert that will do it with us. Juneteenth. Officially, well, actually, I think we should really get into the whole topic that, yeah, slavery is bad, so the US should really sort of fully stop it and, you know, maybe stop with the little caveat that it does with the prison system. Yeah, I'm pretty sure what Bothagen is alluding to is the prison system with the legal slavery. I'm pretty sure that's what you're alluding to, right? The fact that prisoners become de facto slaves. Okay. Juneteenth, officially Juneteenth, National Independence Day. Yeah, I think that should be addressed at some point, right? Like, it's pretty ridiculous. People that are in prison cannot even vote, and in Poland you can, for example. You saw from my ruse. It's true. Although ruse is not here now. Juneteenth is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. Would be cool if America didn't imprison 10% of its population. It would. Okay, is there any data? Is there any data on how much the prison labor actually affects the economy while we're at it? 10% is a lot. Is there any data on that topic? How much the prison labor affects the economy? Is it significant? Is it insignificant? What's the boost to economy from that? Okay. Now we continue reading the article. Deriving its name from combining June and 19th. I'm not sure why that name was chosen, Juneteenth. Okay, you don't know if the 10% is an actual figure. Well, I guess we would have to look that up as well. It is celebrated on the anniversary of the order by Major General Gordon Granger. Is Gordon Granger based, or did he just do the order? 2 million. Well, that's not 10%, but it's not small either. But it's not 10%. That would be crazy. 8% of Americans are convicted felons. Oh, ouch. Right, because convicted felons are people that have a, what do you call it, record, right? They might not be in prison, but they have a criminal record, right? Does that, yeah? Do you mean that by convicted felons? With a criminal record? Okay. A criminal record can really screw your life, I think. So is this person based or no? Gordon Granger was a Republican career U.S. Army officer and a Union general during the American Civil War, where he distinguished himself at the Battle of Chickamauga. Yeah, I know. There was this weird switch of the parties where the Republican Party sort of rebranded itself as the Democrats, and the Democrats rebranded themselves as Republicans, right? And I often listen to this far right argument how the Democrats or the parties of the plantations, etc., that want to use black people because they sort of take advantage of the switch, which is pretty interesting to me. And by interesting, I mean pretty disgusting, you know? I I would really actually like to read about this switch, why it even happened, why this rebranding happened. The Republicans have no historical understanding. Well, I have to admit my historical understanding of this switch is pretty weak. Like, I just know it happened, but I don't know how it happened, when exactly it happened, what was the lead up to it happening, what was the exact process of it. I don't know these things. Proclaiming freedom for enslaved people in Texas. Oh, I'm sorry. I should make my phone 100% quiet. Okay. So, I find this really interesting here. Proclaiming freedom for enslaved people in Texas on June 19, 1865, 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. I find this very interesting. I find this extremely interesting because it goes like full circle. The US made Texas become a separate independent entity by first flooding slavers into Texas, as we recall from history, right? And then the US entered and took over Texas and turned it into a slave state. And then, and here we see the proclamation of emancipation in Texas for enslaved people in Texas. So it went all like full circle, you know? Texas went full circle because it started as part of a place that did not really want slavery. Because Mexico didn't really want slavery. I'm pretty sure it was illegal. We've learned about it when learning about the lead up to the Mexico-American War, which was as peril. The psychometrician expert agreed with me that it's the same thing that Russia is trying to do to Ukraine. The US basically did, well, Pearl said it wasn't basically. The US did to Mexico, right? Which is pretty. Originated in Galveston, Juneteenth has since been observed annually in various parts of the United States. Is it already the 19th in the United States? Or it's already the 19th in the United States, right? It should be. I know I live like 100 hours in the future, but I'm pretty sure it's already the 19th in the US. Nice. Happy Juneteenth. That's a... I believe that things like emancipation should be celebrated internationally. I think things like this should be international sort of celebrations, you know? Oh, -9. Because I think this affects more than just the US. I think this sort of topics isn't just a domestic affair, quote unquote, since, well, you know, for example, the people that were emancipated were, descendants of the people that were kidnapped from other parts of the world. It's like a big thing. So I think it's fair to celebrate this internationally. I wonder, is this celebrated officially only in the US or or um or is it maybe celebrated more broadly on the American continent? Does Canada celebrate this in any way, or Mexico? Or do the official celebrations just happen in the US proper? He says at least some people in Mexico, Juneteenth is also celebrated by the Muskogos, descendants of black Seminoles who escaped from slavery in 1852 and settled in uh, Coahuila, Mexico. Seems there's some celebration in parts of Mexico according. Nice. Oh my gosh, you're not no patience. Often broadly celebrating African American culture. The day was recognized as a federal holiday in 2021. Wait. What? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do something about this. Boom. My goodness. Yeah, but let me get this straight. June 19th, 1865, and since 1865 it has been observed annually in various parts of the United States as a celebrated, but it was only made a federal holiday in 2021. I have to grab a calculator. I have to grab a calculator for this math calculator. 2021 minus 1865. 156 years. 156 years had to pass until it became a national holiday, a federal holiday. It's okay. I'm being like I'm super like, I have to be bombastic, okay? Also, I'm an artist, so I'm bad at maths, okay? I have to be bad at maths because I'm an artist. Jesus Christ. 156 years. Can you believe this? This is a bit outrageous to me, to be honest. Like, God. If you're good at math, you have to hand in your paintbrushes. Oh my God. What have I done? My mom is a painter and she passed her final high school exam from math. She's actually pretty good at math. Never mind. Forget what I said. Jesus Christ. What have I done? My mom would actually, when I had math lessons, she would just look over the teacher's shoulder, and she would give the answer, and then the math tutor would be like, wait, I have to wait. Um, I'm not that fast. And then a few moments later, he'd be like, yeah, that's correct. And my mom would just smile smugly and go her way. But yes, was recognized as a federal holiday in 2021. Jesus Christ. With President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law, I'm willing to bet money that Trump would never do this, but who knows? Maybe there are some Trump supporters or Trump defenders that would say that definitely he would. I want to say I'm bad at math, but that's because I measure myself against people I met studying math. Oh, a math student. Early celebrations date back to 1866. Okay, so it's, I guess, okay. At first involving church-centered community gatherings in Texas, they spread across the South and became more commercialized in 1920s and 1930s, often centering on a food festival. Oh my gosh! The Juneteenth is sounding better and better to my ears. A food festival centering on a food. Is there a food festival this year that you can go to on the Juneteenth? Are there food festivals still? Is it actually barbecue? Is the food actually usually barbecue? Damn. I wish I was in the US today. That sounds so amazing. Sometimes. So what's the usual food that's being done in the food festivals of the Juneteenth? What is the usual cuisine of the Juneteenth festivals? Can anyone give me examples of dishes? What is cooked on those food festivals? Trump held a return rally during COVID on Juneteenth in Tulsa on the remembrance on the Tulsa race massacre, mostly likely as an FU to black people. Dan. Dan! Hello! Southern comfort food, I think. Okay. So I guess my question is, what is Southern comfort food? What is Southern comfort food? Do I have to Google Southern comfort food now? Common red foods for Juneteenth include red soda or lemonade, red velvet cake, and watermelon plus barbecue and great sides. Wow. I love all of these things. I love barbecue. I super love watermelon. Watermelon is one of my favorite fruits, actually, in the entire world. I think people that dislike watermelon are evil. Evil people dislike watermelon. Yeah, it's really, wow. I've always loved watermelon. And you could always tell if a watermelon, you can always do the knock test with a watermelon to see if I think watermelon sounds kind of, it's not boring, it's good. think it's good. I can do the knock test with a watermelon and see if it's good. You know? And I often did it. I did the knock test with watermelons. Don't diss the watermelons. They are nice. I know watermelons are not as out there as the durian fruit, but you know. Or is it durian fruit? Is it durian or durian? I have to check now. Okay, it's durian. I know watermelons are not out there like durian fruits, but it's nice, you know? People hate on durian fruits, but they are actually pretty nice. They have a onion flavor to it. They have an onion-like flavor to it. But we're getting sort of off topic. Yeah. People give, I don't know why people give the durian so much hate when it's actually pretty good. Watermelon flavored candy, yeah, I can imagine. Wow, we have a melon supremacist in the chat, I see. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I ate durian, it doesn't smell that bad. Wow. We have a melon supremacist here. But okay, let's continue. Food festival. Participants in the Great Migration brought these celebrations to the rest of the country. During the civil rights movement of the 1960s, these celebrations were eclipsed by the nonviolent determination to achieve civil rights, but grew in popularity again in the 1970s, with a focus on African American freedom and African American arts. Beginning with Texas, by proclamation in 1938 and by legislation in 1979, every U.S. state and the District of Columbia has formally recognized the holiday in some way. Okay, that sounds a bit better. That sounds a bit better. Juneteenth is also celebrated by the Muskogos, descendants of black Seminoles who escaped from slavery in 1852 and settled in Coahuila, Mexico. Celebratory traditions often include public readings of the Emancipation Proclamation. How long is it, by the way? Oh, God. There we go. Should we read it? Do you want me to read it? Do you want me to read the whole thing as part of us celebrating the Juneteenth? We could do it. Celebratory traditions often include public readings of the Emancipation Proclamation. So we could do that as a start. Do it. We can do it. It would indicate that we are celebrating it officially. Okay, let's do it. This is it, right? January 1st, 1963. A transcription by the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas on the 22nd day of September in the year of our Lord, 1862, a proclamation was issued by the President of the United States containing, among other things, the following, to wit, that on the first day of January in the year of our Lord 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then thenceforward and forever free, and the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons, and will not do no act or acts to repress such persons, or any of them, in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom. Which, I'm sorry to intersect a thing while reading, but will do no act or acts to repress such person or any of them in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom. I would actually count redlining as sort of breaking that, but maybe it's just me. That the executive will, on the first day of January, aforesaid by proclamation, designate the states and parts of states, if any, in which the people thereof, respectively, shall then be in rebellion against the United States, and the fact that any state or the people thereof shall on that day be in good faith represented in the Congress of the United States by members chosen thereto at elections wherein a majority of the qualified voters of such state shall have participated, shall, in the absence of strong countervailing testimony, be deemed conclusive evidence that such state and the people thereof are not then in rebellion against the United States. Okay, I'm just gonna normalize the thing. There we go. There we go. Okay, we've stopped here. Now therefore, Now therefore, I, Abraham Lincoln. Now therefore, I, Abraham Lincoln. Okay, I'm gonna butcher the name. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States by virtue of the power in me vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States. Abraham Lincoln. In time of actual armed rebellion against the authority and government of the United States, and as a fit and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion, due on this first day of January in the year of our Lord 1863, and in accordance with my purpose, so to do publicly proclaimed for the full period of 100 days from the day first above mentioned order and designate as the states and parts of states wherein the people thereof respectively are this day in rebellion against the United States, the following to wit: Abraham Lincoln. My gosh. Lincoln. Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, except the parishes of Saint Bernard, Plaquemines, Jefferson, Saint John, Saint Charles, Saint James, Assumption, Terrebonne, La Fourche, Saint Mary, Saint Martin, and Orleans, including the city of New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, except the 48 counties designated as West Virginia, and also the counties of Berkeley, Accomack, Northampton, Elizabeth City, York, Princess Anne, and Norfolk, including the cities of Norfolk and Portsmouth. Abraham. And which accepted parts are for the present left precisely as if this proclamation were not issued. Wait! The proclamations had exceptions? Had parts of the country that were exceptions? Am I reading this correctly? That the proclamation actually had parts which was like, oh, those parts don't matter? Am I reading this correctly? That basically the proclamation says, oh, but for now these places are gonna be like, as they were. That is so strange. I'm not reading this incorrectly, right? Can anybody help me here? I think that is a list of places that are in rebellion. Okay. And by virtue of the power and for the purpose aforesaid, I do order and declare that all persons held as slaves within said designated states and parts of states are and henceforward shall be free, and that the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authorities thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of said persons. And I hereby enjoin upon the people so declared to be free to abstain from all violence, unless in necessary self-defense, and I recommend to them that in all cases, when allowed, they labor faithfully for reasonable wages. Reasonable wages, whatever that means. And I further declare and make known that such persons of suitable condition will be received into the armed service of the United States to garrison forts, positions, stations, and other places, and to man vessels of all sorts in said service. And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice, warranted by the Constitution upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this first day of January in the year of our Lord, 1863, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 87th, by the President Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln, 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 you know, William H. Seward, Secretary of State. So yes, we have done the tradition. We have read the whole Lincoln thing. Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. And now we can continue. Singing traditional songs such as Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, and Lift Every Voice and Sing. So are these songs public domain, as weird as this question might seem? Could we look, would the stream be safe if I looked those songs up on YouTube and we listened to one? Is it okay for us to listen to it on YouTube and not get in trouble? Okay, we might as well. I'm gonna look this one up. Not sure? Swing Low, Sweet Chariot is for sure public domain. The songs maybe, but the singers may not. I'll try and find a non-copy one. Yes, please. Yes, please. And we have to listen. So we'll be waiting for a non-copy one that I can listen to. This sucks. Let's find a free thing that we can listen to. Okay, I guess we're waiting. Okay, we're gonna continue reading as we wait for the song. And the ringing of works by noted African American writers such as Ralph Ellison and Maya Angelou. Juneteenth. We could also read some works if it's safe to do. If someone can link me also some works by notable creators that are safe to read, we could read them. Yeah. And it doesn't need to be from these particular people. It can be anyone that's a creator that you think should be boosted on this day as much as I can boost anyone. Okay, can you link and we're gonna listen to it? Can you link? Also, if you have any works that we could publicly read of any African American writers, then we could do that as well. We're not gonna do a rodeo or a street fair or a cookout, although that could be very interesting. Is this okay for me to open on stream? This is safety, yeah? Okay, how do I play it?
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me.
You can hear it, right?
I looked over Jordan and what did I see? Coming forth to carry me home, a band of angels coming after me, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. If you get there before I do, coming forth to carry me home, tell all my friends I'm coming too, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. I'm sometimes up, I'm sometimes down, coming forth to carry me home, but still my soul feels heavenly bound, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home.
What do we think? Has a really old quality to it. And I don't mean the sound quality, I mean the way that people sang. I don't think people sing this. I think probably people don't sing this song in this way anymore. I think this has this old way of speaking and singing in it. That's probably not really a thing anymore. The newer versions probably sound a bit different. Yeah, it does sound like a huge classic, yeah. Okay, so do we have maybe any literary works that we could take and read? Oh yeah, I think it's one of those regular songs at a contest here, and then it's definitely sung differently. For like a funeral, but in a good way. Yeah, that's because the way the speech patterns change, the way people speak changes, the way people sing songs changes as well. So it can be a pretty interesting window into the past to see how songs used to be sang. But yes, do we have any writers that we could read a bit on stream as part of the celebration? Do we have anything like that with us right now? Do any of you have anything? Uh, is it safe to read on stream? I keep asking that, but you never know. Is it public domain? Damn. What a wow. Actually looks very cool. A public domain. Okay, let's read some. We're doing everything. We're doing the full thing apart from the cookout, of course. Apart from the cookout, we're doing the full thing. My bondage and my freedom. How long is the book? We're not gonna read the whole book. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say we're not gonna read the whole thing. We were gonna read a fragment to as celebration. We're not gonna read all that right now. Unless you really want me to read all of it right now. No, we're not gonna read all of this now. My gosh. Unless. Okay, let's just start from the beginning. We're not gonna read this. Okay, we can read the part of the introduction, right? When a man raises himself from the lowest condition in society to the highest, mankind pay him the tribute of their admiration. When he accomplishes this elevation by native energy guided by prudence and wisdom, their admiration is increased. But when his course onward and upward, excellent in itself, furthermore proves a possible what had hitherto been regarded as an impossible reform, then he becomes a burning and shining light on which the aged may look with gladness, the young with hope, and the downtrodden is a representative of what they may themselves become. To such a man, dear reader, it is my privilege to introduce you. What do you think? What do you think of this powerful, powerful intro? What are your thoughts? What are everybody's thoughts on this super powerful intro? Nobody? I'm gonna wait a second and then we're gonna actually read a bit more. And then we might read a bit of a chapter as well. We should do more than just a cursory reading. I don't know what to think. It's okay. The life of Frederick Douglass, recorded in the pages which follow, is not merely an example of self-elevation under the most adverse circumstances. It is, moreover, a noble vindication of the highest aims of the American anti-slavery movement. The real object of that movement is not only to disenthrall, it is also to bestow upon upon black people the exercise of all those rights from the possession of which he has been so long debarred. The book is trying to make me say the N-word. Let's read a bit of the chapter 1. Chapter 1, Childhood. Place of birth. Character of the district. Tuckahoe. Origin of the name. Chaptank River. Time of birth. Genealogical. Trees mode of counting time. Names of grandparents. Their position. Grandmother. Especially esteemed. Born to good luck. Sweet potatoes. Superstition. The log cabin. Its charms. Separating children. My aunts. Their names. First knowledge of being a slave. Old master. Griefs and joys of childhood. Comparative happiness of the slave boy and the son of a slaveholder. In Talbot County, Eastern Shore, Maryland, near Easton, the county town of that county, there is a small district of country, thinly populated and remarkable for nothing that I know of, more than for the worn-out, sandy desert-like appearance of its soil, the general dilapidation of its farms and fences, the indigent and spiritless character of its inhabitants, and the prevalence of ague and fever. The name of this singularly unpromising and truly famine-stricken district is Tuckahoe, a name well known to all Marylanders, black and white. It was given to this section of country, probably at the first merely in derision, or it may possibly have been applied to it, as I have heard, because of someone of its earlier inhabitants had been guilty of the petty meanness of stealing a hoe, or taking a hoe that did not belong to him. Eastern Shore men usually pronounce the word took as tuck. Tuckahoe, therefore, is in Maryland parlance. Tuckahoe, but whatever may have been its origin, and about this I will not be positive, that name has stuck in the district in question, and it is seldom mentioned but with contempt and derision, on account of the barrenness of its soil and the ignorance, indolence, and poverty of its people. Decay and ruin are everywhere visible, and the thin population of the place would have quitted it long ago, but for the Choptank River, which runs through it, from which they have abundance of shad and herring, and plenty of ague and fever. It was in this dull, flat, and unthrifty district or neighborhood, surrounded by a white population of the lowest order, indolent and drunken to a proverb, and among slaves who seemed to ask, "Oh, what's the use?" every time they lifted a hoe, that I, without any fault of mine, was born and spent the first years of my childhood. What do you think? Powerful book? I actually should read this off stream. I should read the whole thing on stream. But I don't think we're gonna read this today, the whole thing. So yeah, we've read a little bit of literature. So we have done that. I think so too. I think it's worth reading the whole thing. So thank you for linking this. I'm gonna link the thing in the YouTube as well. I think people should read this. I think people should know this. This is like a national lecture, right? It's like, is this a thing that you read at school in the US, like as a mandatory thing at school? A lecture at school? Is this one of the lectures at school? It feels like it should be a lecture at school. To be honest, like high school maybe. No? That is so weird considering how big. That is so strange considering how huge part of the history of the country this is. So strange. I would assume that it was. Huh. Wonder how many people actually read this book. I wonder how many people actually read this. My school gave the teachers a degree of freedom, so I got lucky and my history teacher gave it to us as a class read. Oh, okay. So you've read it at school, which I think should be naturally a thing. Yeah. So you had a good teacher, it seems. Okay, so we have read some authors. we're sadly not going to be able to do rodeos, street fairs, or cookouts, or family reunions. Well, we're having a party now, so that's good. Wait. I need my blanket. Historical reenactments. Well, I'm not sure I'm ready to do a historical reenactment. And Miss Juneteenth contest. Wait, what? Miss Juneteenth contest? My God, Miss Juneteenth. Should we look it up? I'm looking it up like offline first to see if it's safe for work. Oh. National Miss Juneteenth 2023. Bleh, my God. National Miss Juneteenth 2023's crown. She's already crowned. You wanna see? You wanna see the National Miss Juneteenth? Again, the whole point to celebrate freedom and to stick it to the slave-owning class. Yeah, you wanna see the Miss Juneteenth of 2023? Here we go. National Miss Juneteenth of this year. Wait. It looks like there's a Polish flag in the upper left corner for some reason. So yeah, there we have it, the Miss Juneteenth 2023. Juneteenth became the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was adopted in 1983. Wait, that's a high schooler? Is this really a high schooler? But yeah. Wait, so it's a high school thing? The Miss Juneteenth contest? I mean, it's not like there's anything inappropriate here. But yeah, people make contests for the Juneteenth. Apparently. Shows a 4.8 GPA. That's pretty good. That's pretty good actually. Huh. Might go to a pretty good college, depending on the other soft factors. The max is 5, right? Yeah, but I'm talking like university. I'm still university brain because of the whole affirmative action panel. So I'm thinking of GPA in terms of the whole university entries, etc. I wonder what university she'll go to. There are all those like soft factors, etc. Well, let's not talk about that for now. We're here to celebrate Juneteenth, not to talk about the soft factors of getting into a university. Celebrations and traditions. The holiday is considered the longest running African American holiday and has been called America's second Independence Day, which yeah, I think that's a fitting title. What do you think? Do you think it's a fitting title? I think it is. Juneteenth is usually celebrated on the third Saturday in June. Historian Mitch Kachun considers that celebrations of the end of slavery have three goals. Okay, to celebrate, to educate, and to agitate, which all three are good in my book. We are doing I guess all three. I'd like to believe we're doing all three. Early celebrations consisted of baseball, fishing, and rodeos. African Americans were often prohibited from using public facilities for their celebrations. What? Why? What the? Okay. Yeah, okay. So they were often held at churches or near water. Let that sink in. Often prohibited from using public facilities for their celebrations. Incredible. Celebrations were also characterized by elaborate, large meals and people wearing their best clothing. That sounds so cool. It was common for formerly enslaved people and their descendants to make a pilgrimage to Galveston. As early festivals received news coverage, Janice Hume and Noah Arcana considered that they served to assimilate African American memories within the dominant American history. Ass- assimilate African American memories within the dominant American history. Observance today is primarily in local celebrations in many places. Juneteenth has become a multicultural holiday. Traditions include public readings of the Emancipation Proclamation, which we've done, which promised freedom, singing traditional songs. I cannot sing, but we've listened to Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Lift every voice and sing, and reading of works by noted African Americans. We've read a bit of a noted author. Celebrations include picnics, rodeos, street fair, cookouts, family reunions, park parties, historical reenactments, blues festivals, and Miss Juneteenth contests. Why does the wiki repeat that whole part? Juneteenth celebrations often include lectures and exhibitions on African American culture. The modern holiday places much emphasis on teaching about African American heritage. Karen M. Thomas wrote in Emerge that community leaders have latched on to Juneteenth to help instill a sense of heritage and pride in Black youth. Celebrations are commonly accompanied by voter registration efforts, the performing of plays, and retelling stories. The holiday is also a celebration of soul food and other food with African American influences. In Turin's review, International, Anne Donovan and Karen DeBress write that barbecue is the centerpiece of most Juneteenth celebrations. Major news networks now host specials and marathons on national outlets featuring prominent Black voices. Barbecue. That sounds great. Many other countries celebrate Emancipation Day on August 1st and a few on other dates. The people of Nacimiento in Mexico hold a festival and reunion known as El Día de los Negros on June 19th. I think it's okay to read the full title here, right? In Spanish. Since 2021, the United Nations has designated August 31st as the International Day for People of African Descent. Yeah. History. On September 22nd, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln announced that the Emancipation Proclamation would go into effect on January 1st, 1963. We have read it. What is this? What is this YouTube? Is it safe? Is this safe to show on stream?
pronouncenames.com.
There we go.
Abraham Lincoln.
Okay, Abraham Lincoln. Okay, I get it. I'm gonna read it correctly as I hear it.
Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. Got it, thank you.
Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln.
Do we have the correct pronunciation of your name?
Abraham Lincoln. Okay, got it. Promising freedom to enslaved people in all of the rebellious parts of sovereign states of the Confederacy. Texas was included, but not federally held territories, such as Delaware, Maryland, and West Virginia. Enforcement of the proclamation generally relied upon the advance of Union troops. Texas, as the most remote state of the former Confederacy, had seen an expansion of slavery because the presence of Union troops was low as the American Civil War ended. Thus, the enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation had been slow and inconsistent there prior to Granger's order Although the Emancipation Proclamation declared an end to slavery in the Confederate States, it did not end slavery in the states that remained in the Union. For a short while after the fall of the Confederacy, slavery remained legal in two of the Union border states, Delaware and Kentucky. Those enslaved people were freed with the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, which abolished cattle slavery nationwide on December 6, 1865. Wow, thank you. Abraham Lincoln. Wait, Dylan is in trouble? Do you mean Dylan Burns? Where's Dylan in trouble? Where is Dylan from Delaware? Oh. But Dylan was from Delaware or something. Oh, Maryland. Okay. Yeah, you have Delaware, Maryland, and West Virginia. There we go. Here we have it. Formerly enslaved people in Galveston rejoiced after General Order No. 3. 1 year later, on June 19th, 1866, freedmen in Texas organized the first, what became annual commemorations of Jubilee Day. Early celebrations were used as political rallies to give voting instructions to newly freed African Americans. Other independence observance occurred on January 1 or 4th. In some cities, black people were barred from using public parks because of state-sponsored segregation of facilities. Okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah, segregation. I'm gonna need to take a drink for this, okay? Since it's not exactly a they all lived happily ever after story. Across parts of Texas, freed people pooled their funds to purchase land to hold their celebrations. The day was first celebrated in Austin in 1867 under the auspices of the Freedmen's Bureau, and it had been listed on a calendar of public events by 1872. That year, black leaders in Texas raised $1,000 for the purchase of 10 acres of... Okay, I have to check. Okay, value of $1872 now. The US dollar has lost 96% of its value since 1872. $100 in 1872 is equivalent purchasing power to about $2,000. So you add 10, $1,000 is 20,400. No, that would be $24,920, right? They've gathered $1,000, which would be today 24,920. Yeah. which is pretty nice. 10 acres of land, today known as Houston's Emancipation Park. Let's check it out. I wonder if there's uh so this is the bought land. Oh, I'm not sure what this is. Wow. This is wow. Wow. Damn. This is pretty nice, isn't it? The Emancipation Park. Would love to visit. Acquired in 1918. But it says here it was acquired in 1872. So I'm getting mixed messages here. And maybe at Houston Park bought it in 1918. Okay, to celebrate Juneteenth, the observation was soon drawing thousands of attendees across Texas. In Limestone County, an estimated 30,000 black people celebrated at Booker T. Washington Park, established in 1898 for Juneteenth celebrations. The black community began using the word Juneteenth for Jubilee Day early in 1890s. The current issue, a Texas periodical, used the word as early as 1909. And that year, a book on San Antonio remarked with condescension on Juneteenth. Oh, decline of celebrations during the Jim Crow era. So the celebrations were sort of not as prominent during the Jim Crow. Let me see. I think I might need to go and grab my blanket real quick because I'm feeling really, really cold. One moment. I need my blanket. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be right back. Don't go anywhere. In fact, get more people in here, okay? Don't go anywhere. Be right back. I'm blanked out. Oh my goodness. In the 20th century, economic and political forces led to a decline in Juneteenth celebrations. From 1890 to 1908, Texas and all former Confederate states passed new constitutions or amendments that effectively disenfranchised black people, excluding them from the political process. White-dominated state legislatures passed Jim Crow laws, imposing second-class status. Gladys L. Knight writes the decline in celebration was in part because upwardly mobile black people were ashamed of their slave past and aspired to assimilate into mainstream culture. Younger generations of black people becoming further removed from slavery were occupied with school and other pursuits. Others who migrated to the northern United States could not take time off or simply dropped the celebration. That is depressing. The Great Depression forced many black people off farms and into the cities to find work, where they had difficulty taking the day off to celebrate. From 1936 to 1951, the Texas State Fair served as a destination for celebrating the holiday, contributing to its revival. In 1936, an estimated 150,000 to 200,000 people joined the holiday celebration in Dallas. In 1938, Governor of Texas James Allred issued a proclamation stating in part, whereas the black people in the state of Texas observe June 19th is the official day for the celebration of emancipation from slavery, and whereas June 19th, 1865 was the date when General Gordon Granger, who had command of the military district of Texas, issued a proclamation notifying black people of Texas that they were free. And whereas since that time, black people of Texas have observed this day with suitable holiday ceremony, except during such years when the day comes on a Sunday, when the governor of the state is asked to proclaim the following day as the holiday for the state observance by black people. And whereas June 19th, 1938, this year falls on Sunday, now therefore I, James V. Allred, governor of the state of Texas, do set aside and proclaimed the day of June 20th, 1938 as the day for observance of Emancipation Day in Texas, and do urge all members, all black people in Texas to observe the day in a manner appropriate to its importance to them. Jesus, the language of the past was quite something else. 70,000 people attended a Juneteenth jamboree in 1951 from 1940 through 1970. In the second wave of the Great Migration, more than 5 million black people left Texas, Louisiana, and other parts of the South for the North and West Coast. As historian Isabel Wickerston writes, the people from Texas took Juneteenth Day to Los Angeles, Oakland, Seattle, and other places they went. In 1945, Juneteenth was introduced in San Francisco by a migrant from Texas, Wesley Johnson. During the 1950s and 1960s, the civil rights movement focused the attention of African Americans on expanding freedom and integrating. As a result, observations of the holiday declined again, though it was still celebrated in Texas. Juneteenth soon saw a revival as black people began tying their struggle to that of ending slavery. In Atlanta, some campaigners for equality wore Juneteenth buttons during the 1968 Poor People's Campaign to Washington, D.C., called by Rev. Ralph Abernathy. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference made June 19th the Solidarity Day of the Poor People's Campaign. In the subsequent revival, large celebrations in Minneapolis and Milwaukee emerged, as well as across the eastern United States. In 1974, Houston began holding large-scale celebration again, and Fort Worth, Texas, followed in the next year. Around 30,000 people attended festivities at Sycamore Park in Fort Worth that following year. The 1978 Milwaukee celebration was described as drawing over 100,000 attendees. In 1979, the Texas legislature made the occasion a state holiday. In the late 1980s, there were major celebrations on Juneteenth in California, Wisconsin, Illinois, Georgia, and Washington, D.C. Prayer breakfast and commemorative celebrations. In 1979, Democratic State Representative Al Edwards of Houston successfully sponsored legislation to make Juneteenth a paid Texas state holiday. The same year, he hosted the inaugural Al Edwards Prayer Breakfast and commemorative celebration on the grounds of the 1859 home, Ashton Villa, as one of the few existing buildings from the Civil War era and popular in local myth and legend as the location of the Major General Granger's order. Edwards' annual celebration includes a local historian dressed as the Union General, reading General Order Number 3 from the second-story balcony of the home. The Emancipation Proclamation is also read and speeches are made. Representative L. Edwards died of natural causes April 29, 2020, at the age of 83. But the annual prayer breakfast and commemorative celebration continued at Ashton Villa. with the late legislator's son Johnson Edwards speaking in his father's place, which is pretty nice, actually. Hello, Jess. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the celebration. Happy Juneteenth. We've done a lot today for the Juneteenth. We've read the declaration. Hello, Coconut Island citizens. Hello, hello. We've read the declaration. We've listened to a song. We've read a fragment of the book. We're doing all the things that are typically done for the celebration of the Juneteenth while we are reading what it is, what it's all about, the history of it, and everything. We're going for the full experience, apart, of course, from the street fair, cookout, and other things that I cannot do in front of you. Although technically speaking, if my setup was better, I could do a cookout, but as things are now, unfortunately, I cannot do a cookout. Maybe in the future, we will do like a barbecue, which is basically grilling, right? Or no? That flyer goes pretty hard. It does. 1980. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're here now for the important stream of Juneteenth. Official statewide recognitions. In the late 1970s, when the Texas legislature declared Juneteenth a holiday of significance, particularly to Black people of Texas, it became the first state to establish Juneteenth as a state holiday. The bill passed through the Texas legislature in 1979 and was officially made a state holiday on January 1, 1980. Before 2000, 3 more U.S. states officially observed the day, and over the next 2 decades, it was recognized as an official observance in all states except South Dakota until becoming a federal holiday. That is good advice, actually. You should drink a lot of water when you drink alcohol. That will lessen the effects of the alcohol significantly if you do that before bed. Juneteenth, because one of the things that alcohol does to you is dehydrate you, which a lot of people don't take into consideration, and it causes people to wake up with a hangover because of the dehydration. Juneteenth in pop culture and mass media. Since the 1980s and 1990s, the holiday has been more widely celebrated among African American communities and has seen increasing mainstream attention in the US. In 1991, there was an exhibition by the Anacostia Community Museum, part of the Smithsonian Institution, called Juneteenth 91 Freedom Revisited. In 1994, a group of community leaders gathered at Christian Unity Baptist Church in New Orleans to work for a greater national celebration of Juneteenth. Expatriates have celebrated it in cities abroad such as Paris. Some U.S. military bases in other countries sponsor celebrations. in addition to those of private groups. In 1999, Ralph Ellison's novel Juneteenth was published, increasing recognition of the holiday. By 2006, at least 200 cities celebrated the day. In 1997, activist Ben Hayth created the Juneteenth flag, which was further refined by illustrator Lisa Jean Graff. In 2000, the flag was first hoisted at the Roxbury Heritage State Park in Boston by Hayth. The star at the center represents Texas and the extension of freedom for all African Americans throughout the whole nation. The burst around the star represents a nova, and the red curve represents a horizon standing for a new era for African Americans. The red, white, and blue colors represent the American flag, which shows that African Americans and their enslaved ancestors are Americans, and the national belief in liberty and justice for all citizens. So it has a lot of meaning baked into it, the flag. The holiday gained mainstream awareness outside African American communities through depictions in entertainment media such as episodes of TV series Atlanta and Black-ish, the latter of which featured musical numbers about the holiday by Aloe Black, The Roots, and Farnsworth Bentley. In 2018, Apple added Juneteenth to its calendar in iOS under official US holidays. Some private companies have adopted Juneteenth as a paid day off for employees, while others have officially marked the day in other ways, such as Moment of Silence. In 2020, several American corporations and educational institutions, including Twitter, the National Football League, Nike, began treating Juneteenth as a company holiday. Providing a paid day off to their workers, and Google Calendar added Juneteenth to its US holiday calendar. Also in 2020, a number of major universities formally recognized Juneteenth, either as a day of reflection or as a university holiday with paid time off for faculty and staff, which is all like very good changes, right? Very good shift in the attitude of the wider society. The 2020 mother-daughter film on the holidays, pageant culture, Miss Juneteenth. Is it? Miss Juneteenth is a 2020 American drama film written and directed by Channing Godfrey Peoples and starring Nicole Beharie, Kendrick Saman, and Alexi. The plot follows a single mom and former teen beauty queen who enters her daughter into the local mess. I wonder if it's a good movie. If any of you have seen this movie, tell me, and maybe I'll watch it. If it's a good movie. I was going to... celebrates African American women who are determined to stand on their own, while a resourceful mother is getting past a sexist tendency in her community to keep women in their place. Becoming a federal holiday. Nice. Let's go. In 1996, the first federal legislation to recognize Juneteenth Independence Day was introduced in the U.S. House of Representatives. H.J. Res. 195, sponsored by Barbara Rose Collins. In 1997, Congress recognized the day through Senate Joint Resolution 11 and House Joint Resolution 56. In 2013, the U.S. Senate passed Senate Resolution 175 acknowledging Lula Briggs Galloway, late president of the National Association of Juneteenth League, who successfully worked to bring national recognition to Juneteenth, Independence Day, and the continued leadership of the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation. See? And now we're taking it a step further, and we are turning it into an international holiday, okay? An international holiday of people becoming free. In the 2000s and 2010s, activists continued a long process to push Congress towards official recognition of Juneteenth. Organizations such as the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation sought a congressional designation of Juneteenth as a national day of observance. By 2016, 45 states were recognizing the occasion. Activist Opal Lee, often referred to as the grandmother of Juneteenth, campaigned for decades to mark Juneteenth a federal holiday, leading walks in many states to promote the idea. In 2016-17, at the age of 89, she led a symbolic walk from Fort Worth, Texas to Washington, D.C. to advocate for the federal holiday. When it was officially made a federal holiday on June 17, 2021, she was standing beside President Joe Biden as he signed the bill. Wow. Juneteenth became one of 5 date-specific federal holidays along with New Year's Day, Independence Day, Veterans Day, and Christmas Day. Juneteenth is the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was declared a holiday in 1986. Juneteenth also falls within the statutory Honor America Days period, which lasts for 21 days from Flag Day to Independence Day. Right? Legal observance. I guess that's only 2 things left. State and local. Texas was the first state to recognize the date by enacted law in 1980. By 2002. 8 states officially recognized Juneteenth, and 4 years later, 15 states recognized the holiday. By 2008, just over half of the states recognized Juneteenth in some way. Interesting. In June 2019, Governor of Pennsylvania Tom Wolf recognized Juneteenth as a holiday in the state. In the year-long aftermath of the murder of George Floyd that occurred on May 25, 2020, 9 states designated Juneteenth a paid holiday, including New York, Washington, and Virginia. In 2020, Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker issued a proclamation that the day would be marked as Juneteenth Independence Day. This following the filing of bills by both the House and Senate to make Juneteenth a state holiday. Baker did not comment on these bills specifically, but promised to grant the observance of Juneteenth greater importance. On June 16, 2021, Illinois adopted a law changing its ceremonial holiday to a paid state holiday. Some cities and counties have also recognized Juneteenth throughout proclamation. In 2020, Juneteenth was formally recognized by New York City as an annual official city holiday and public school holiday starting in 2021. Cook County, Illinois adopted an ordinance to make Juneteenth a paid count holiday. The city and county of Honolulu recognizes it as an annual day of honor and reflection, and Portland, Oregon as a day of remembrance and action and paid holiday for city employees. North Dakota approved recognition of Juneteenth as a state-recognized annual holiday on April 13th, 2021, which Hawaii becoming the 49th state to recognize the holiday on June 16, 2021. On June 16, 2020, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem proclaimed that the following June 19, 2020 was to be Juneteenth Day for that year only, sporting calls for it to be recognized annually rather than just for 2020. Yeah. In February 2022, South Dakota became the last state to recognize Juneteenth as an annual state holiday of observance. Dakota. Its law provided for following the federal law even before it was official. On May 2nd, 2022, Colorado Governor Jared Polis signed a bill changing the state's ceremonial observance to a state holiday, and it is now the 11th state holiday in Colorado. As of May 30th, 2023, 24 states and the District of Columbia have made Juneteenth a paid holiday for state employees, with the remainder maintaining a ceremonial observance. New Mexico's Personnel Board declared it a paid worker holiday, although it is not a statutory holiday in New Mexico. I can't believe that New Mexico is in the US. I guess it is what it is. It is what it is. National. Juneteenth is a federal holiday in the United States. For decades, activists and Congress members, led by many African Americans, proposed legislation, advocated for, and built support for state and national observances. During his campaign for president in June 2020, Joe Biden publicly celebrated the holiday. President Donald Trump, during his campaign for re-election, added making the day a national holiday part of his Platinum Plan for Black America. Oh, interesting. Spurred on by the advocates and the Congressional Black Caucus on June 15, 2021, the Senate unanimously passed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, establishing Juneteenth as a federal holiday. No, I don't know. But I do know it's a promise that he made. I mean, keep in mind, let's remember the whole LGBT flag that Trump waved around during his, in 2016. Unanimously, okay, unanimously, okay? Unanimously, my goodness. Unanimously, thank you. Jesus. I deserve a donation for saying it correctly, okay? I'm an English teacher. I should be pronouncing all of this perfectly. But for some reason I'm failing today. Even though I'm I'm a certified English teacher. I have I have my what's the word? What's that not so erudite word? I have my qualifications. No, the other word. Qualifications? What was the other word? No. Credentials. There we go. Those are my credentials. You should say it in an outrageous American accent. There we go. Those are my credentials and stuff. Here we go. Blah, blah, blah. Establishing Juneteenth as a federal holiday, it subsequently passed through the House of Representatives by a 415-14 vote on June 16. President Joe Biden signed the bill on June 17, 2021. The bill is here actually, making Juneteenth the 11th American federal holiday and the first to obtain legal observance as federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was designated in 1983. According to the bill, federal government employees will now get to take the day off every year on June 19th, or should the date fall on Saturday or Sunday, they will get the Friday or Monday closest to the Saturday or Sunday on which the date falls, respectively. So a long holiday, a long weekend, which everybody loves actually. So what do you think? What do you think of the Juneteenth? Are you happy we are celebrating it today? Paid holidays are based, it's true. We're not done with the Juneteenth for today yet. We're gonna take a small break. And for the small break, it is dealer's choice as to what you would like me to do. Okay? We probably wanna play some game. I'm gonna give you game options, which are Diablo 4 or Drakengard. I am the dealer? Oh my god. Okay then. Your choice. I'm gonna give you a choice. Drakengard or Diablo. The Destiny debate on Ukraine, or no, not on Ukraine, sorry. Destiny debate on Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, or a fascistic Eastern European video. Those are your choices. If you had not heard any of it, I will repeat. If you ask me to repeat, I will repeat the choices, but you have to make your choice known in the chat. Make your choice known in the chat. Diablo. Okay. Diablo. And I'm just gonna say that the Destiny debate has a interesting title. Apparently, Destiny rage quit that debate. Apparently, that person that tried to advocate, I guess, for the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact was so bad that Destiny first raged and then just rage quit on the whole debate, which I must see what happened. Has Destiny been known for rage quitting debates before? Ever before? Has Destiny ever rage quit a debate before? Can you tell me an instance in which Destiny just rage quit a debate? Only against Demon Mama. Yeah, okay, I remember that one. But as you can imagine, I'm not going to be in favor of the Ribbentrop Molotov guy, so I probably will be more. Uh, I'm probably gonna be rooting more for Steven on this one. I'm afraid. Okay, we're gonna take this here. I'm gonna log into the BattleNet with my password that I've got in a physical notebook. It's a busy day for BattleNet. My God. It took me a bit to log in even. Also, apparently Destiny's been playing Diablo 4 as well, so apparently Destiny has been playing Diablo 4 lately. Which reminds me that I really want to show you something very interesting. As an aside, since we're getting into Destiny content, I really want to show you something, okay? Prepare yourselves because this one is good. This one is good. Let me see. Oh, gigglers. Oh, gigglers. I want to show you this. Because to me, it is the most hilarious thing in the world, okay? I don't think anything more hilarious in the world could have happened. Chud Logic keeps saying that DK is not a hindrance to his brand, that DK is not a damaging factor to his brand, that there's no problem, that people can just, by Chud Logic's own world, fuck off. Well, let's see what people have to say about DK not being a damage to Chud Logic's brand, because this is gold.
I was watching Chud's stream. Apparently DK...
Let's listen to this from the beginning. I'm gonna make it top loudness. I'm gonna make sure everybody can hear it just as I do.
I was watching Chud's stream. Apparently DK outed Hunter before it went public. Quote tweeted him 2 weeks ago saying his wife was getting banged. Oh, that wouldn't be surprising. The DK guy is basically enough for me to like stop interacting with Chud completely. The DK guy and his girlfriend are probably two of the most unhinged people that I have ever seen on the internet. Like, I think they're actually like career damaging to Chud. I think there are other people that have stopped interacting with Chud because of him. But yeah, that DK guy is actually fucking insane.
Oh, what do you know? What do you know? How interesting. How interesting. I think this is hilarious. I'm sorry. I just cannot see it as anything else. It's just hilarious. The fact that everybody basically across the aisle is calling out DK for who he is. Amazing. And now that we have gotten through this amazing little piece of news from Chud Logic and DK front, we can continue and start watching the debate on the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, which apparently Destiny just rage quit, which I am genuinely curious about. I am genuinely curious about it.
Basically
say-
splitting.
Okay, there we go.
Didn't
Doo-doo. Doo-doo.
How you doing, buddy?
Buddy!
Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
The classics, buddy!
Oh, I have the stream open, sorry.
How are you doing, little buddy?
No, I'm not. Why?
Where are you from?
You know where I'm from. What do you mean?
I don't remember. I don't remember where everybody's from.
Brazil.
Oh, basically Eastern European. Okay. Well, what's up?
Yeah, so yeah, about that tweet.
So I'm basically Brazilian? I'm basically Brazilian, you've heard it here. Hey Lucy, I have question. If I got an old debate before video and audio were a thing narrated, would you cover it? As in read it, right? Read it on stream. You mean by cover you mean read it, right? Waiting for the response. No, like if hired two guys to voice, it would do. Wait, so you would hire people to voice it, and you're asking if I would do a segment on it, yes? That's the question, yeah? You would get people to voice it? Yeah, absolutely. From the things that I know about you, it's probably going to be a good debate of historical relevance. So it would probably be a great thing for me to cover it, I think. What's the debate on, if it's okay to ask? What is the debate about, if it's okay for me to ask? Okay, yeah, I can make that promise comfortably that I would cover it, yeah. Would covering it involve, reacting to the whole debate just as I'm reacting to the debate here? Because that would be the ideal, right? Doing a react to that sort of debate. That would be the ideal, right? Okay, so what I've learned so far is that I'm basically Brazilian.
You posted earlier.
Yeah.
You said that the Soviet Union had a alliance with Nazi Germany.
Yeah, it did.
Am I reading this?
Yeah, I
What?
basically, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I know so.
So, would you consider the Munich Agreement and all the other military treaties that were done with Western Europe an alliance also, or not?
I don't know. I'd have to read up more on those I guess. For the Munich Agreement, do you think that had Germany not gone a more expansive route, don't you think it would have been like a relatively chill setting between the rest of Europe and Germany, or no?
I believe that.
And yeah, all the agreements between Western Europe and Nazi Germany were basically them being allies. Okay? I'm gonna be quite honest. It is called appeasement and it was very, yeah, of course. I think the problem is also that the game was too loud, so I made it. I think the game was a little bit too loud as compared to the debates. I just muted the game for now. Like, it was an appeasement, right? But it was very much an attempt of Western Europe to create an alliance with Nazi Germany, of course. 100%. Like, there's a reason why we learn by reading history that basically Great Britain told that as long as Germany doesn't create a war situation, it will get whatever it wants, wherever it wants, that it can become a part of the sphere of influence that it will share with other Western countries, and that Western countries were ready to carve out a delicious part for Germany. Yeah, absolutely. So in that sense, it was absolutely an alliance. Right. So there you go. Like, if people want to get someone in a gotcha sort of thing by saying if Ribbentrop was an alliance, then so were the other things before, then yeah, they were types of forming an alliance. Yeah. I'm not sure how this is any, you know? Okay, let's because like we're getting lost in the weeds in like the first few
Giving
seconds.
that to them, right? Giving the territory to them
Mm-hmm.
was useful to give them time if they were preparing for a war. But that's not the case, right? But it is the case
No, but I'm
with
saying that, like,
Molotov-Ribbentrop.
well, yeah, but like, don't you think that, like, for the Munich Agreement, there's a difference between
Yeah.
that and Molotov-Ribbentrop, and that it's not like we were splitting countries up with Germany, right, and co-occupying
Except-
them with Germany. No.
Yeah, except that's not what Molotov-Ribbentrop was, right? Molotov-Ribbentrop was a
Okay, one. Western Europe was sort of handing certain territories to Germany as appeasement. That part is actually undeniable. That Czechoslovakia was basically handed to Germany as appeasement, right? But it is also an absolute fact that Ribbentrop-Molotov was a plan that included the dividing of Poland between the Germany and the Soviet Union. And actually, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact leaked to Western Europe before the war had even started. So that's a little fun fact that you should keep in consideration, that Western Europe was well aware of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact even before the war had broke out.
non-aggression pact, right?
My understanding is
And
they were
they didn't
basically
say-
splitting Poland between themselves. Is that not true?
Your understanding on this topic is correct. Yes, that was exactly what was happening in that pact. It was not just some neutral pact of non-aggression. That's nonsense.
If there was a war between Germany and Poland, right? My point is that taking Poland is not the same during Molotov-Ribbentrop is not the same as splitting Sudetenland, right?
They explicitly drafted a map on which they agreed which territories would go to the Soviet Union. They explicitly agreed that the Soviet Union would enter Poland It is not vague. I don't get it, Lucy. The USSR had made a pact with Nazi Germany against American capitalism. I see, okay.
It's nowhere near the same.
Yeah.
One is retaking land that was part of the Soviet Union in Ukraine, right? And the other is
What? What? That land was never a part of the Soviet Union ever. Never ever were those parts of Poland a part of the Soviet Union. My God, read a book. Please. Please, Brazilian person, please read a book. Oh my God. You can argue that the lands that were primarily populated by Ukrainians and the lands that were primarily populated by Belarusians were Ukrainian and Belarusian respectively, right? But nowhere in hell could you make an argument that those lands were Soviet Union. You'd have to be historically illiterate to make such a point.
France and Italy giving away Czechoslovakia, right?
Okay, so the treaty of so the MR Pact. I'm not gonna pronounce every time. The treaty defined the borders of the Soviet German spheres of influence across Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland.
That's part of the secret protocol, right?
Sorry, what?
That's
the MR Pact. I'm not gonna pronounce every time. The treaty defined the borders of the Soviet German spheres of influence across Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland.
Oh, I have to read YouTube chat. Hey, is this a debate between Destiny and Attack? Yes. Is this a case of both are wrong, but one is much more wrong, or is Destiny actually doing well? Well, it's a good thing I'm just regularly illiterate. I'm pretty sure that Destiny is just gonna do well on this topic. Like, anyone who is not totally historically illiterate will not do bad on this topic. It's basically impossible to do bad on this topic unless you are historically illiterate. And I do believe that Destiny is not historically illiterate when it comes to, the well-known things that basically everybody knows about. I don't know if Destiny is historically literate. He may not be historically literate overall, but I don't think he is historically illiterate about this particular topic. I don't think he doesn't know about this topic. Like, I would be really surprised. Like, almost everybody knows about this topic, unless you are tanky-brained Soviet Union cock and balls, etc. I mean, we're about to see how he'll do in this debate, but I don't think he'll do bad. And if he'll do bad, I'll just interject and make my comments, since this is my reaction. But so far, that person, whatever their name is, are doing much worse, so...
That's part of the secret protocol, right? That's if there was a conflict in those regions, right? If one of the sides decided to invade.
Which both sides knew that they would invade, because they agreed that Germany would attack and that the USSR would follow suit. Like, this is why I hate tanky types saying, well, technically, they only split the country in case of an invasion, and they couldn't have possibly known about an incoming invasion, right? Wink, wink. Like, nobody knew that there would be an actual invasion, right? Is this person an idiot? I don't think Ribbentrop-Molotov is widely known in the West. Really? Wait, really? Is Ribbentrop-Molotov not widely known in the West? Like, I know that Anastasia oftentimes talks about the annexation of Czechoslovakia, which sort of makes me think that people might not know about it, but I assume that everybody knows about the annexation of Czechoslovakia by Nazi Germany. I'm incredibly historically illiterate, and even I know about this. And to be fair, I only know about this because of Vosh. Okay, I see. What was the timeline on the German-Russian invasion of Poland? My God, I forgot the name. There we go. Basically, September. I think it was on the 1st, no? Yeah, the 1st. Germany invaded on the 1st of September. And September, right? That's the English word. Yeah. And the USSR followed suit on the 17th. The 17th. I don't know much about it personally. I only have vague knowledge, but I am very historically literate. The thing is that Stalin at that point was still actually... It might sound sort of shocking to you. Okay. I have to put my foot down and say, because you say it's so sad how Poland disappeared a couple of times in history. The first time it disappeared, it wasn't just Poland. It was the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And that was basically Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, a bit of Latvia. So, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the big country that encompassed many nations and many things. But I know what you mean. But I will forever keep correcting people on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth just being Poland thing, because I think it's pretty important to do so. But to come back to the Ribbentrop-Molotov thing, believe it or not, see, this is why I watch you. See, you know much more about this stuff than I do. Well, you also watch me for the Drakengard content. So, believe it or not, during the Ribbentrop-Molotov invasion in September, Stalin still had the Vistula miracle fresh in his mind. And during the miracle of Vistula, Stalin actually was personally responsible for a humiliating defeat against Poland. Which is why, again, believe it or not, Stalin was actually hesitant to enter Poland because he was not sure if a repeat of the Vistula miracle would not happen. So that's a little bit of a funny thing, that Stalin was actually quite hesitant when it came to entering Poland. But eventually Hitler pressured him to doing it, and he did it. And the rest was history.
So what do you think was going to happen post? Let's say Germany solves everything on the Western Front, stops invading, or they beat everybody. What do you think is happening after that with Germany and the Soviet Union?
That question doesn't make sense because they weren't fighting a war, right?
Sure, but let's say World War II erupts. Okay, let's say that they go on. Let's say Germany wins.
Yeah, but
right?
we need the context, right? Because
What?
World War II happened after Molotov-Ribbentrop, and Molotov-Ribbentrop happened after the Munich Agreement and all the other military treaties, right? Between
Yes, World War II happened because the West and the Soviet Union, for that matter, enabled it through appeasement. Amazing. Appeasement happened, therefore Ribbentrop-Molotov good. Brain dead analysis, by the way. Brain dead analysis. This is invasion of Ukraine good because of NATO level of analysis, by the way.
Britain, between France, Italy, etc., and Germany, right? Molotov-Ribbentrop happened after those military treaties.
Yeah, but what caused the?
Which is irrelevant, by the way, which is completely irrelevant. That is really stupid whataboutism. It is irrelevant to the fact that Ribbentrop-Molotov happened after all of the appeasement is literally irrelevant. I'm starting to see why Destiny rage quit this debate. Because I would have started raging right about here.
One second. It happened after the treaties.
But Destiny
it happened
looks better with
after
Messi here
the
than
annexation of parts of Czechoslovakia, and it happened after the Soviet Union offered a anti-Nazi military alliance to the West. Right? They refused the alliance. And then only after that they signed the same treaty.
What does the West mean? What does the West mean? Who was the proposition to? France? UK? Poland? What do you mean by the West? Poland at the time had an explicit political doctrine of keeping its distance equally away from both the East and the West. You do need to remember that when you speak such bullshit like the USSR proposed a treaty with the West. Poland had a quite stubborn doctrine of keeping an equal distance from Germany as well as from Russia / the USSR.
That other Western countries also did it, right?
What caused?
Except that.
I know you're done.
What the fuck does that mean? Other Western countries also did it. How is that even an argument? Yeah. Western powers did appeasement and allied themselves with Germany through appeasement. Okay. That does not make a military alliance with the USSR good all of a sudden. Appeasement does not make the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact okay. Again, brain-dead analysis of history. Which I sort of, at this point, just expect from people that are Marxist-Leninist adjacent, to be honest. Tankies don't argue. They throw historical trivia at you and us and declare victory. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that does not really work when you talk with someone that actually knows what they're talking about. When it comes to that historical trivia.
Yeah, except that, of course.
This is my understanding.
They had land agreements. They had land agreements because Britain doesn't share borders with Germany, right? So they don't need one.
Okay, this is my understanding. Okay, the MR Pact
Yeah.
existed to help the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany essentially define the borders between their territories. And the only thing that caused that agreement to lapse was when Germany invaded the Soviet Union.
Yep.
Had Germany not invaded the Soviet Union, that pact probably would have stayed in place and then been iterated on in the future.
Sure.
Do you think that's true or do you think that's
yeah,
false?
Yeah, but iterated is a funny word because the secret protocols, which are the part that you're referring to when you say defining the borders and splitting Poland, they're not, we're gonna invade this place and we're gonna do this. Is if there's a conflict by one of the parties, those were the borders, right?
How smart, you idiot. They did this conflict well knowing that soon after Germany was gonna invade Poland. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck me. Thank you, this. Oh my god. I can't. I'm sorry. The USSR knew about Operation Barbarossa. This is so stupid. No, the war, the conflict. Maybe he doesn't even call it a war. The special operation of Germany was probably just a spontaneous event.
Right. So because Molotov-Ribbentrop, as outlined by the earlier points that I made, it served as a as a way for them to buy time. Right? They needed to industrialize.
Wait, as a way for who to buy time?
The Soviet Union. They knew that war with Germany, as the other countries also knew, was inevitable. The Germans openly said that.
No, that's stupid. The other countries didn't know that the war with Germany was inevitable. If all of the Western countries thought that war with Germany was inevitable, then why would the Western countries appease Germany through making it more powerful and more powerful if the Western countries knew that war was inevitable? What? It makes no what? If Western countries thought that war was inevitable, there would be no appeasement on the table. You know, the famous Chamberlain thing, I brought peace. He didn't say, I made a deal, but war is inevitable. No, everybody thought that Germany could be appeased and there would be no war. Not that war was inevitable. This person is...
He wanted to expand eastward. They wanted to enslave the Slav people, right?
I don't believe that's true, but I would have to go back.
What part of that?
I don't think the Soviet Union considered Germany invading them to be an inevitability.
They did, but
They did, huh? Now I really want to find that part in the book because... my God. And it's in English as well, so I'm I really have to find this fragment now. I'm sorry, Samuel Static, you will have to really do magic in post here, but this is too much for me. Now I really am determined to find the fragment that I'm really determined now to find the fragment of the book that will decimate this point, destroy this point, not destroy 1/10 of the point. it will destroy the entire point completely. Be right back. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, because I've got a thing that decimates this whole point about the USSR seeing the invasion as an inevitability. Maybe this person just sees Stalin as an idiot. Who knows? I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be okay. Let's go. Well, Stalin was evil, but he wasn't. He wasn't an idiot. He was an extremely shrewd and manipulative person. He managed to manipulate the entire party into giving him power, and that's not exactly something that an idiot would accomplish. Let me see. Here we go. I will find this. Oh, here we go. There we go. I found it. So let's listen to this again, and then I will read you something, okay?
Part of that.
I don't
What
think the
part of
Soviet
that?
Union considered Germany invading them to be an inevitability.
They did, but
They did.
I don't know what to respond to that.
The Soviet Union considered Germany attacking to be an inevitability. Okay, let's read this fragment. There was a long silence. While Vlasik contemplated the prospect of waking the General Secretary of the Communist Party when he had had only about an hour's sleep, finally he told Zhukov to hang on. About 3 minutes later, Stalin picked up the receiver. Zhukov reported the situation and requested permission to order the troops to fight. Stalin was silent. The only thing Zhukov could hear, he wrote later, was the sound of Stalin breathing heavily. "Do you understand me?" Zhukov asked. Still there was silence. At last Stalin asked, "Where is the Commissar of Defense?" "Talking with the Kiev military district on the HF, the top security radio telephone system," Zhukov replied. "Go to the Kremlin with Timoshenko. Tell Poskrebyshev to summon all Politburo members." Okay? There we go. Again. At 4 a.m., Vice Admiral Oktyabrsky was able to report that the German air attack on Sevastopol had been beaten off. There was no damage to the fleet, but bombs had been dropped on the city itself. At 4:10 a.m. Moscow time, Western and Baltic military districts reported the start of a large-scale German offensives in their sectors. Stalin, meanwhile, was speeding back to the city on his motorcade, and the other members of the Politburo were being hastily roused from their beds. At 4:30 a.m., Timoshenko and Zhukov arrived in Stalin's office again, where they found him sitting at the long green beige table, cradling his unlit pipe in his hand, his face white with strain, still hoping against hope that the German invasion was only a political gambit. He reasoned that if it were war, that if it were war, surely there would have been a formal declaration. International negotiations meeting of foreign ministers, at the very least. Hitler would not just have attacked like some brigand. He ordered that someone phone the German embassy to find out what was happening. The phone call revealed that Schulenburg was himself asking for a meeting with Molotov. So there you have it. There we have it. There is a lot more here, by the way. This is just a short fragment. Okay? And this is a book that is not some niche Polish book that is only available in Polish. No, it's The Deadly Embrace, Hitler, Stalin, and the Nazi-Soviet Pact. It's written in English. Oh boy. Oh boy. There was one more fragment that I wanted to... Pompously, Ribbentrop proclaimed that he too regretted that all his efforts to reach an understanding with the Soviet Union had proved unsuccessful. But Dekhanozov had regained his composure and was not prepared to accept this final iniquity. It is entirely due to the non-cooperative attitude adopted by the German government, he snapped. Under the circumstances, there is nothing more for me to do but make the necessary arrangements with you, chef de protocol, for the transport home of my mission. With that, he gave a curled bow and departed. So there you have it. And of course, there's the fact yeah, I think that's enough. I think that's enough for now. So there we have it where it comes to the statement that the USSR was just seeing the invasion as inevitable. They were just counting the days. Oh yeah, absolutely. They were just counting the days for the invasion to happen. Like I'm telling you, tankies are historically illiterate. That is the reality of the situation. They're just historically illiterate people. Oh my God. This debate is titled that Destiny is gonna rage quit it. He lasted 3 hours? 3 hours of this bullshit? I'm already raging at minute 6. So I guess Destiny is more patient than I am. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to take 3 hours of this. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to take 3 hours of condensed BS.
How prepared was the Soviet Union for the German invasion?
They had a prediction. They had a schedule, right, for during the industrialization, for it to happen in 1943, I believe, and it happened in 1941. They were miscalculated by.
So they had a prediction. I've already shown you the quote. There you go. There you have it.
By 2 years. They industrialized the country, right? And then they were invaded 2 years prior to the schedule that they had.
Okay, well, that sure would have been an interesting counterfactual to see, but from my point of view, an agreement existed between the Nazis and the Soviets to divide territory in Europe up until the Germans canceled it by invading the Soviet Union. So
that is literally not true, because it wasn't an agreement to split.
Yes, it was.
It was a non-aggression pact, and the point of
yes, it was a non-aggression pact that just happened to take into consideration the Operation Barbarossa. How stupid do you think people watching are? God. If I knew it was inevitable that Germany would invade me, I'd counter-invade them when they were in the middle of massive multi-front war in Europe instead of waiting around.
Protocol was to not let Germany advance near the Soviet Union, was to give a buffer zone to the Soviet Union, right?
What, aren't you just
That-
restating
that's-
what I'm saying in other words?
Yes.
No, because you make it seem like
Yes.
If they didn't invade the Soviet Union, they were just going to keep the secret.
The USSR was aware of Operation Barbarossa. Like, I'm waiting for Destiny to ask, to demand evidence that the USSR was not aware of Operation Barbarossa. Okay? Because this is a claim that this person is making, that the USSR was absolutely not aware of Operation Barbarossa. I would like to see evidence of that. That the USSR was just, totally ignorant of the incoming invasion. Fuck, this is so...
Protocols and somehow cooperate, like annex the rest, right? Not only Poland, but the other Eastern European countries. That's historical. It didn't happen. And
Wait, hold on,
wait.
wait. What didn't happen? I don't understand. So, was it not the case that Germany and the Soviet Union invaded Poland at
Yes.
the same time and had an agreement on who would occupy which parts of the country?
Yes, and
Being
yes.
pedantic, but no, it's not true that they invaded at the same time. What happened was that Germany invaded, and then
Wow. And then the USSR was hesitant to keep their end of the bargain and invaded 17 days later. Is this person really gonna make this big argument on how super significant the 17 days were? Jesus. I just cannot believe this BS.
because of the secret protocol, the Soviet Union went there and to retake the territory that was part of Ukraine, and then also to take the territory that was in the secret protocol. Right? They didn't close to.
Also, no, you won't just retake the territories that were part of Ukraine. The USSR also occupied Vilnius, right, which was majority Polish city at the time. Lviv, which was majority Polish city at the time. So actually, no. The USSR didn't just take back the lands that were Ukrainian. No, it actually did not just do that. I will have you know. Hello, Palm Dad. You see that you're white again.
We're gonna just invade Poland. They just took the opportunity because it was part of the agreement, right?
Okay, so
Not
that
Germany
it
invaded
sounds like
Poland.
you're using a whole bunch.
It wasn't.
Okay,
It
go
wasn't
ahead.
the same date.
Okay.
It wasn't the same date.
Okay,
What you just said is not true.
My bad. Okay, so it was 2 weeks later. My bad.
True.
It was the 1st of September 1939 was when Germany invaded, and then the Soviet
Yeah.
invaded on the 17th.
17th, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the point is that
it sounds- but it
you
sounds
make
like
seem
you're
that
just- you're using
it
a
was
whole-
coordinated. It wasn't coordinated, right? There's no document showing this.
Okay,
ever.
sure. There was no coordination on when they would invade, but there was a treaty in place defining who would own which parts of the country.
If there was a conflict in the region, yes, of course.
Okay,
Because
and they literally
the
invaded
point-
the day after the MR Pact was approved. After the invasion, the new borders between the two countries was confirmed by the supplementary protocol of the German-Soviet Frontier Treaty. How is
Yeah.
this not like
But
two countries
How-
splitting
how
a
does this-
country?
How does this contradict anything that I said?
Well, it doesn't contradict anything you said, but you're not contradicting anything I said. You're just saying what I said in nicer language.
I did actually, because you're making it seem.
Okay. Let me see. Uh, Let me check something. Let me see. I apologize. One moment. That's stupid. Okay, I'm gonna find it, but for now we'll just let it run because this is brain dead.
It's a agreement to split the countries. It's not true. It's a agreement.
Yeah,
to split
they
the
do.
countries if one side invades, and the side that invaded was Nazi Germany, right?
Okay.
But,
I'll give you that. Okay, you're right. It wasn't an agreement to
yeah,
split the
of
countries.
course I'm right.
It was an agreement that if they invaded the countries, they would split the countries.
No, not they. No, not they. If one part did it,
Yeah.
the other part would
Join in.
Yeah, of course. Did you read the pact at least?
Join in. Okay, let me check something else then. Let me see one thing here. Okay, there we go. So here. There's a strong indication that if the pact Ribbentrop-Molotov would not have happened, Hitler would have aimed at occupying Gdańsk. So this is all just BS, okay? Total BS. Like,
at least the secret protocols, please.
Yeah,
Have you ever read
all the Wikipedia stuff, but this is a long time ago. I haven't argued with Tankies in a long time.
Yeah, that's.
But I mean, like,
yeah,
just I mean, you can tell me anything is wrong.
that's
I mean,
great.
like, it seems like it's soon after the pact, Germany invaded Poland on the 1st of September, 1939. Soviet leader
Really?
Joseph Stalin ordered the Soviet invasion
Yeah.
of Poland on the 17th
Yeah.
of September.
Yeah, no shit,
this was
because
one day after the Supreme
If you
Soviet
look-
of the Soviet Union had approved
and now it is on this person to prove that the USSR was not aware of the Fall Weiss, okay? Now it is up to this person to demonstrate that the USSR had absolutely no clue that Fall Weiss would happen. Show me that evidence. Show me the evidence that the USSR had absolutely no inclination that Fall Weiss would happen.
the MR Pact. After the invasions, the
Yeah.
new border between the two countries was confirmed by the Supplementary Protocol of the German-Soviet Frontier Treaty.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
again, they just took the part that was in the secret protocol. You can't make the conflation between Nazi Germany invading and taking Poland and the Soviet Union taking the buffer zone between
I can and I will. You're
new
stupid.
borders of would be the Nazi Germany, right? Also, one thing that's
Also, do I really need to return to the whole book, to the whole rich literature about the fact that if it wasn't for the invasion of the Soviet Union, Poland would have stalled Germany for a lot longer, which would have changed the war in a lot of ways? Do I have to go there even?
the regions that the Soviet Union took were taken also by Poland during the Soviet-Polish War, right? Right after the revolution.
No. No, 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 no. First, there was the Polish-Ukrainian War. That's one. The Polish-Soviet War happened after the Polish-Ukrainian War had already concluded. And then Poland and Ukraine had a military pact against the USSR, which Poland lost. Yes, the miracle, the Vistula miracle happened and Poland was able to push back the USSR forces. But in reality, Poland was not able to meet its goals. Ukraine was not able to be saved from the USSR, and it did not keep its independence. And so this is all just BS, okay? This person has no clue about post-World War I history. It's pretty clear. The person is not even mentioning the Polish-Ukraine war. So there we have it.
Or
They
is
didn't
this
just-
supposed to be a
we're gonna take-
justification for the Soviet Union to take those territories
it's
back?
Not, it's
or-
not. It's not a no. It's not a justification to invade the whole of Poland. But of course,
So the USSR did not take any territories back. The territories that were part of the Second Republic of the Polish country pre-1939 were never in the USSR, not even for a moment. They were part of the newly formed Ukraine, which also contained Lviv, which was mostly Polish, which is why, because those areas were mixed ethnically, Poland and Ukraine went to war. It had nothing to do with the Soviet Union whatsoever. Zero. Nada. Nothing.
course, it is justified to take parts back of Ukraine, right?
No, because those parts of Ukraine were never part of the Soviet Union, ever. They were just not. So no.
Poland.
How did the Soviets even originally come under possession of that territory? That's kind of weird to say.
The-
You're
wha-
justified
wha-
to.
Oh, I will answer that one. They never did. I will easily answer that question. The Soviet Union never came under the control of that territory. Well, until the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, but no. The Soviet Union never controlled that territory, in fact. Because Ukraine declared its independence in 1917. It created the Ukrainian People's Republic. The Ukrainian People's Republic went to war with Poland. Poland carved out the territories that had Lviv and many Ukrainian territories with it. And then, after that war was concluded, Ukraine and Poland had a military pact of their own to fight the USSR in the Polish-Soviet War.
Take territory
What
back.
do you
You
mean?
probably also
They were the succession state of the Russian Empire, right?
There you go. There you have it. And this is why I say that this person is historically illiterate. Poland was a state that used to be part of the Russian Empire, you idiot. Poland was also part of the Russian Empire before World War I. But this person doesn't know it because they are historically illiterate. Warsaw was part of the Russian Empire. Wait, let's see. Let me just...
That
There we go. Wow, you can just verify it with a Google search. There you go. Warszawa, not Ukraine. Radom. Lublin. All of this was part of the Russian Empire. All of it. Oh, goodness. All of this was part of the Russian Empire. Historical illiteracy is painful.
yeah, but I mean, like to say that, like because.
Yeah.
Do
Do you believe that
do you
they-
think that if you keep interrupting me, it makes you correct?
No. go
Okay,
ahead.
yeah, because you've talked like 90% of the time, okay? So
Yeah,
just because
go
somebody
ahead.
has conquered territory at some point in time doesn't give you like a permanent hold on that territory and right to conquer it indefinitely into the future. Now, if you want to, you can. I guess you can make that argument. But at the end of the day, the MR Pact existed. Territory was essentially decided that if we invade, we're going to take this part and you can have that part. Nothing you're saying is substantially different than what I said
Yeah,
before,
true.
other than you like saying, well,
True.
they're not jointly invading territory, but if they both happen to invade a territory, they've agreed who will own which parts.
Yep.
That
Correct.
was very sneaky. I'm not saying that they can hold forever the territory, right? I'm saying that they had more claim to the territory than Poland because
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Actually, Poland had more claim to those terrains than Russia because unlike the USSR, unlike Russia, Poland actually had in those Ukrainian terrains and in those Belarusian terrains cities and terrains that were either mixed Polish population or majority Polish population. There were no Russia majority populations in that area. And Poland didn't go to war with the USSR over those lands. It went to war with Ukraine. Oh my. This is just incredible.
They were the succession state to the Russian Empire, and it was part of Ukraine, and therefore
Poland as well. Poland as well, you idiot. Poland as well was part of the Russian Empire. Oh. The whole idea of having rights to certain territories not already controlled by an entity is weird. Like, did you know that Russia / the USSR did not really actually accept Poland as a place? That Poland was considered a fake country? That the thing that he's saying actually... okay.
the Russian Empire for longer than Poland, right?
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Can I listen to this statement again?
And therefore the Russian Empire state to the Russian Empire, and it was part of Ukraine, and therefore the Russian Empire for longer than Poland, right?
It was part of Ukraine and therefore part of... Okay, first of all, Ukraine was at war with the USSR. Okay? First of all, Ukraine was at war with the Soviet Union. Second of all, Ukraine formed... I'm sorry, let's hear this again and I will just...
And it was part of Ukraine, and therefore the Russian Empire for longer than Poland, right?
No. No, in fact it wasn't. Ukraine and the Kingdom of Poland formed the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for much longer than the Russian Empire. No. Ukraine was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for much longer than it was part of the Russian Empire. I will have you know. This is, once again, this is historical illiteracy. This is just historical illiteracy at its worst. Have you heard of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? Okay. I need to be... I can't with this. I can't with this. Also, I now have to... Okay. I just... My mind is blown by this level of stupidity. Just my mind is fully blown. I'm gonna sign in on the page because for some reason the page keeps signing me out. Oh god. This is more pain than I had anticipated. This is more pain than I have anticipated, okay? Much more. God. Okay, let's continue.
Poland took the territory during the Polish-Soviet War. It was part of the Russian Empire, and then it was part of the Soviet Union.
It was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, you know, this big country, which Russia, Prussia, and Austria partitioned. Then, from the ethnicities that formed the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, new nation-states attempted to form. Poland and Ukraine had a disagreement over which terrain should go to which nation-state. So no, all of this is complete and utter idiocy. I'm sorry. This is just...
Sure, I don't know if that's true or not, and that's
So,
great.
I'm not-
but the reality is
it absolutely
Germany
is.
allowed.
It's not true. It is not true, actually. Where does this person think Poland was during the time of the Russian Empire? Does this person believe that Poland was a separate country during the Russian Empire?
That it doesn't matter because it's not relevant to what we're talking about. Germany allowed the
It
Soviets to
is.
hold. It's not at all. Germany allowed Nazi Germany allowed the Soviets to hold that because they agreed which parts of the territory they would have if they both invaded the country.
Yep.
No, that's not true. If there
Yes, it is absolutely true.
and one side invaded,
It's the same.
they coordinated to invade Poland
I didn't
or
say
any
they.
other.
Hold on. I didn't say they coordinated to invade, but I said that if they
They actually did coordinate, which is why Hitler pressured Stalin to keep his end of the bargain and to invade during Fall Weiss. Okay? This is just immeasurably stupid.
both happen to invade a country, they have a predefined border set on who gets to
Yeah.
own what.
Well, yeah, what you're missing is that it's not both invading, right?
I'm
One
not.
of
You're
them
you're
has
so
to-
hung. No. You're trying to win on the dumbest technicality in the world. I'm not
Yeah.
saying they're launching a joint invasion, like they're click and dragging all
Yeah.
their troops in StarCraft 2 and right clicking at the same time. But they have a map saying if we invade, we're gonna take this part, and if you guys want to invade later, whatever, you're gonna have that part. But the borders post invasion are gonna be clearly
Yeah.
defined. That's what the MR
Yeah,
Pact
but-
was. Sure.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be super anal about this. I don't like the we, the terminology you're using. We invade, right? Say if the Soviets invade or if Nazi Germany invade. That's the agreement, right?
Then the other side will promptly invade as well.
We invade. You're kind of making it seem like it's a plan, right? They're invading together.
Yes.
A joint
You
invasion.
can, I mean,
That's
you
not
can,
what I'm
you
saying.
can
It's the-
technicality
it's the-
away
it's the
all
message-
you want.
it's
Yeah,
the-
you can
it's the- it's the
technicality away.
message you have-
Yeah. It was in fact a plan. Yeah. This person is just an idiot. I'm sorry. Like, God, this is why... I love it when people that have no clue, that just masturbate to the USSR all day long, have no clue about the history of this region, say blatant nonsensical statements such as Ukraine was part of the Russian Empire far longer than it was in any way joined with Poland, which is, you really have to be historical illiterate to say something like that. yeah, for anyone asking if this is going to be two people who are wrong and one person slightly worse, no, this is a clear-cut example of one person being so horribly wrong that I'm just wholesale on Destiny's side on this debate, because this is so, oh my god, this person is making Destiny look extremely good in this debate. I'm just going to say that this person is making Destiny look like extremely, extremely good in this debate. Is this person a psyop to just, some sort of like a propaganda or PR person for Destiny to make him look the best way to the best possible? This person is so confidently incorrect about history. If Destiny knew more about the history of this whole thing, then he would have asked, oh, interesting. How did those regions become part of the Russian Empire to begin with? And then the person would just fall flat because he would not know. He would have no idea. He would just probably say that those parts were just forever, ever parts of the Russian Empire, which would be total bullshit. But alas, we will not hear the question of how did those lands even become part of the Russian Empire to begin with. Do you see how frustrating this is?
Technicality away all you want. The reality is, at the end of the day, the Soviet Unions were on their knees sucking Nazi dick, and they want a bunch of credit for getting invaded by Germany afterwards, which terminated the pact that they had to split territory, and then they got fucking slaughtered and murdered like fucking 10 soldiers to 1 for Germany, and as they're getting raped all throughout the fucking western part of the Russian Empire, then they're like, oh, well, look at how much we're contributing. That is the most retarded fuck line I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
The Russian Empire did not exist. The Soviet Union was the successor state to the Russian Empire. Doesn't make any sense. They invaded Ukraine, they invaded Belarus, and they invaded Russia, right? To invade.
Nothing, literally nothing. You can fight on every technicality you want, but all you're doing is reinforcing my story.
They did not invade Ukraine and Belarus. Why? Because the USSR did not allow those to exist. That's why. There was no Belarus and Ukraine under the Soviet Union. You're delusional if you think there were. I didn't, not yet. We still have to do that. We still haven't played Drakengard. Yeah, we still have to finish ending game.
Yeah, I'm not actually.
You are. The reality is Germany invaded the Soviet Union. Germany invaded. They fought and fought and fought as Germans were raping them, having their whole fucking cities torched, pushing them back into the Russian territory. But after all of that expires and they got invaded, then that was the ceasing of their treaty. Was after Germany invaded.
Do you understand?
At the end of all of that, at the end, don't. Oh my God, you're talking 90% of the time and all you're doing is making technicalities that aren't even contradicting what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
At the end of all of this, to be like, oh well, Americans, you barely.
I'm gonna. I had to ask a question, a clarifying question in the panel thing. For real, Russian Soviet propaganda still says like West appeased and we're brave, and now we're dealing with them like some greedy cowards like this. Yeah, like I just cannot. I simply cannot. It's just, this is too much for me. I'm gonna power through, but I'm not gonna beg for anyone who is willing to, I don't know, make a donation or something for my wrecked nerves, because this is just, this is just too much for me. I'm not sure if I have the reputation of being pretty soothing and chilled, so I'm not sure if it's showing on through my behavior, but this is actually quite unnerving, this debate. What the hell? Like, can you believe this? Okay, someone is writing back, and I'm just
Barely get credit for fucking Normandy. You barely get credit for that invasion
says-
because what really
who says
happened.
that?
Because
You
what?
literally-
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Your
thought it was my
prediction.
turn to talk. My bad.
Okay,
So
yeah,
at the
go
end,
ahead.
to be like,
Mhm,
look at
mhm,
how
go
much
ahead.
Russia contributed. Russia should get all the credit because they lost most of the people. Russia lost a lot of people because they suck shit, and they lost people to somebody that they had fucking drawn up a fucking treaty with. Fuck them. Why would you give them more credit than the United States in that case? That's insane.
True.
That's before we even get into Lend-Lease or anything like that. That's crazy.
True.
Clip it and put it on TikTok. You're not contradicting anything that I said. You're also
then we
just
agree on everything.
lying.
Cool.
Because
Oh, I'm gonna clip it and I'm gonna put it on TikTok. Yeah. Oh my god, this is. Oh my god. Okay, we're done. this debate is only 16 minutes in. This whole debate is like 3 hours. Oh yeah, but in this person's mind, Ukraine and Belarus are just part of the Soviet Empire, Soviet Union, so it's the same thing to him. So, yeah. Okay.
You're calling Molotov-Ribbentrop an alliance, and you're ignoring the Munich Agreement. You're ignoring the non-aggression pact that Italy, that Lithuania.
Why would you compare
Britain,
them? Why do you think the Munich Agreement is comparable?
Because if you're calling the non-aggression pact Molotov-Ribbentrop between Nazi Germany and
Did the Munich
Soviet Union,
Agreement
an alliance,
did the Munich Agreement was that also giving land to other European countries?
does it have to?
That's the whole point of the MR Pact. It wasn't just delegating territory.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the entire point. The entire point was.
And now we fight on the technicalities again. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, you're being autistic. My point is that.
Nah, you're the one. You're
Oh my god. Oh wow. Okay. Amazing.
everything I'm saying is right. Yeah.
The things that no, it's not actually.
It is actually.
The Munich Agreement.
It is actually. It actually absolutely is.
The military treaties, the non-aggression pacts that Britain, France, Lithuania, Italy, etc. did. Those agreements plus the Munich Pact is practically the same thing as multiple.
I'm sorry.
And they happened before.
I'm sorry. What?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the entire point. The entire point was.
And now we fight on the technicalities again. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
Hey, you're being autistic. My point is that.
Nah, you're the one. Everything I'm saying is right. Yeah.
The things that no, it's not actually.
Okay.
The things that compromise the Munich Agreement, plus the military treaties, the non-aggression pacts that Britain, France, Lithuania, Italy, etc. did. Those agreements plus the Munich Pact is practically the same thing as Molotov.
No, it's not. It absolutely isn't. Did the Western countries agree that if Germany enters Czechoslovakia, then other countries will enter as well and split it? No. So no, it's actually not. It's actually completely different. But
and they happened before Molotov-Ribbentrop, right? Molotov-Ribbentrop happened after the Munich Agreement, after the military treaties between Western countries and Nazi Germany.
Oh my god, you just ramble on the dumbest shit. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm telling you, I'm wrong. Listen, I agree.
It happened after the military alliance that Stalin offered to Western Europe.
Okay, I know you have a lot. You don't. Okay, right? Every single time you answer a question, it doesn't mean you have to give out every single factoid that you happen to know about European history, right?
Because you're just denying.
No. I'm not denying it.
Which is, by the way, incorrect. Because this person is historically illiterate. I will say it for the next. I say it for. How many times do I have to repeat it at this point?
I'm trying to get one word in. Okay, I understand. I know that you're really excited to give every factor. Okay,
go ahead.
So my question is, okay, because I was unaware of this. Okay, my knowledge here is very limited. For the Munich Agreement, then, because I forgot. Besides Germany annexing territory, what other European countries were getting territory from the Munich Agreement? Can you remind me?
This is actually dicey. This is actually a.
Britain.
This is actually a tricky question, because this actually is the moment in which, when the Munich thing happened, this is actually when Poland stepped in and said, there is a majority Polish population territory in Czechoslovakia. Yoink, we're just gonna take that. I wonder if this person knows about it. And I really wonder if this person is gonna mention it, because that is actually what happened It is a mistake. It is actually a mistake for Destiny to go that route. But Poland was not a part of a pre-made pact when it comes to the Czechoslovakia thing. So
didn't get any territory. Italy didn't get territory. What the
Oh.
fuck is your point?
Oh, so you're saying the Munich Agreement isn't anything like the MR Pact then? It's
No, I'm saying that if you consider the MR Pact an alliance, you also have to consider the other pacts an alliance.
why?
Because it's the same type of agreement, and the part that
It's not the same type of agreement.
Yeah, but let me just explain how it is.
You just explained 20
It-
times.
it
You're
is-
about to repeat
it
the
is-
same shit you said before.
Yeah, but you're just you're just denying. Oh, it's not the same agreement. You're not giving an actual argument for why it's not. I'm saying it is because it's a non-aggression pact, and the part that is different between the agreements and Molotov-Ribbentrop is the secret protocol. But the secret protocol has an analog with Sudetenland, right? It has an analog with the Munich Agreement.
what is the analog? No.
That they're both written on paper?
No, that it gives Nazi Germany land, right?
But the
land.
there you're
Go ahead.
there's two parts to that MR Pact. The Munich Agreement was just giving Germany part of Czechoslovakia or whatever the fuck, or the I don't even know. What the fuck it's called right now. But
just
the
that.
MR Pact was saying
just that.
the MR Pact was saying two different countries could have borders with each other across other conquered territory. That's different than the Munich Agreement.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think you realize that there's more legitimacy to Molotov-Ribbentrop because they would share a border with Germany.
No.
If they annexed.
What legitimacy?
So it's clearly to buy time, and it's clearly
No.
Clearly to
a
buy
way to
time.
get-
It says sources cited.
Oh,
What? Because they happen to get invaded and get fucking raped by Nazis for fucking how many years?
Yeah,
like,
nice argument. That's not true. They knew that war was imminent. They knew that.
if they knew war was imminent, then why did they lose?
I've already quoted you the significant part of the book. I've already cited you the heavy breathing of Stalin on the phone. I'm sorry, this is just delusional. This is just delusional. The whole buying of time theory is just delusion, pure delusion. It's ridiculous for anyone living in this side of the world that actually studies the history from more sources than a Marxist-Leninist pamphlet. Because this, like, I can assume that's the person's source of knowledge about history. A Marxist-Leninist pamphlet or a website. Oh, God. And yeah, I would argue that the whole doctrine of appeasement was basically crafting a form of alliance with Nazi Germany, but it was a completely different thing than Ribbentrop-Molotov. I'm sorry. To say that the two were identical is just illiterate. Once again, I will say it. I will use this term once again.
Lose half their shit in like fucking 2 weeks. What do you mean they knew war was
What
imminent?
do you mean? What? They didn't have equipment. They
Why
had
wouldn't
a
they have
whole
equipment if they knew war
industrialization.
was imminent? You just told me that they were
Because-
2 years
because the
off on their
Russian-
estimation.
Because
2
the
years.
Russian Empire. Because the Russian Empire was their part. They needed industrialization. And, have you
Why
ever
didn't they come-
looked at
Why didn't
at
they
the
come?
history book?
Why didn't they come? I haven't looked at the history book. No. Why didn't they go beg the United States? Why didn't they go beg the United States for material earlier then?
They didn't with the United States, but they literally before Molotov-Ribbentrop, after all the agreements, after the Munich Agreement, after everything, right before Molotov-Ribbentrop, they literally offered Western Europe a military.
The Russian Empire argument is just brainless. It's just a brainless argument which comes from the misunderstanding of history. How did these lands become part of the Russian Empire? Would be my first person, and I would just watch this person squirm. as they would basically walk themselves into explaining why, you know, what he's saying is total BS. This is actually a pretty good game that he's playing here, by the way. I think it's called Triangle Strategy or something.
Military alliance to go against Nazi Germany, right? They literally offered 1 million troops plus equipment plus.
Wait,
a whole
hold on.
bunch of
In
shit
what? Wait,
to position-
after Nazi Germany invaded?
No, before Molotov-Ribbentrop. Are you not listening to me? Before Molotov-Ribbentrop, before the agreement, before even Poland, before anything, right? After all the agreements that Western Europe did, after the Munich Agreement, they offered a military alliance against Nazi Germany, and it was refused, right?
What was the proposal called?
I can't remember the name, but I'll search it. 1 second. Where can I?
Do you think that maybe
Where
do
can I
you think maybe Soviet
where can
Union?
I
You can link in a
look
DG. Do you think maybe the Soviet Union would have been more prepared for a Germany invasion if they weren't also invading and cutting up territory with Nazi Germany?
True.
What? That's historical. They didn't have industrialization yet. Look at the
But they
dates
had enough
when the-
industrialization to invade Poland and
Yup.
territory and.
I don't know if you know this. You
I don't.
clearly
Tell
don't.
me. Tell me.
They barely fought any battles.
Oh, why was that? Because the
during
Nazi
invasion,
Germany
because-
had already
wait,
stopped the
wait,
country up on the other
wait,
side.
Wait, no.
No?
Because the Polish troops retreated and went to fight on the Western Front.
Oh,
right?
that's crazy how
That's
that
the
works.
difference.
Because
That's the difference.
Poland had to fight
That's the-
two fronts
yeah,
against
I
two
knew,
very
I knew,
non-aligned
I knew,
countries that
you-
had clearly defined borders that they were going to have after. That's crazy how that works, huh? Weird.
True.
Yeah, you're trying to bring some fucking morality into this
I'm
debate.
not bringing
but
morality.
the
I'm just
reality-
saying that, like, man, Poland must have been like, I sure am getting fucked from both sides by two countries that definitely
did you
don't
know
have an
that-
alliance with each other.
Did you know that Poland literally had military treaties before Molotov-Ribbentrop with Nazi Germany, and it was due to the same reason that Molotov.
No. Oh, military treaties with Nazi Germany. Okay. Military treaties with Nazi Germany, Poland had. Oh God. Yeah, because a pact of non-aggression is a military pact. Fuck me, man.
Ribbentrop.
And yeah, Poland and Germany didn't have some secret clause about taking apart some other third-party country in case of conflict.
They knew that Nazi Germany wanted to.
Yeah, but I don't have to hear every 6 months
eastward-
a bunch of fucking retards going like,
Oh
oh,
my
Polish
God.
people fought the Nazis
Who
and they're
says
so
that?
brave.
Also, I'm sorry, who kneeled? I'm sorry. This is so stupid.
Dude,
Well,
here
it's
every
when Molotov-Ribbentrop happened. They knew that Nazi Germany wanted to.
Yeah, but I don't have to hear
extend-
every 6
If
months.
they kneeled at Nazi Germany, then why did Poland reject the demands that Nazi Germany gave them? Gdansk and the highway, building the highway through Poland. Why did Poland reject those terms if they kneeled? This is stupid.
A bunch of fucking retards going like,
Oh
oh,
my
Polish
God.
people fought the Nazis
Who
and they're
says
so
that?
brave. Dude,
Well,
people
okay.
brag about the Soviet. What do you mean? All the current Russian propaganda, and you guys
everyone
are about
says this.
the Soviet Union defeating Nazi Germany.
Everyone says this. Everyone says this, folks.
Yeah, they do.
So,
That's what
says this.
What do you
Who
think
the
our
fuck says
reply
this?
on Twitter?
Who the fuck says this?
What do you think our conversation started?
The-
Look at Twitter, you fucking
the-
retard.
the-
Hold on.
yeah.
The only reason you're
Yeah.
talking to me right now, the only reason you're
Yeah,
talking to me
it's
right now is
because
because
of
people
the
say
tweet.
this.
It's
It's
because of the
I
tweet.
linked.
It's because
Yeah,
of the tweet. It's
exactly.
because of the tweet.
Exactly.
It's because of the tweet.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
the tweet-
And that
the
tweet
tweet-
said,
the
"You'll
tweet-
see who
the
wanted to
tweet-
defeat the Nazis and who didn't. You'll see who wanted to defeat the Nazis and who didn't." And you know what that graph has? That graph
Yeah,
has
thank you.
over
The
6
graph- the
million
graph-
Soviet failures listed on it. That's what I see. Over
Yeah,
6
yeah,
million.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's very
right.
funny. That's
Yep,
very funny.
every
That's-
single
that's very
body that
funny.
went into the ground,
Yeah.
the Soviet Union somehow wants
You're
credit
conflating-
for.
You're conflating two things.
Yeah.
You're saying that people say that the United States didn't do anything. Western Europe didn't. That's not true. What is said in that tweet, if you can read, you absolutely can't, is that it's about the Eastern Front, right? America barely fought on the Eastern Front. They had Lend-Lease, right? They sent military aid, but
Oh,
Need fingers, right, to pull
the U.S. barely thought on the Eastern Front, but but suddenly now, during the Ukraine war, it's suddenly a proxy war of the U.S. It's interesting how that works. That the land lease, etc., for the USSR during World War II, well, that was they was barely doing anything. But during the Russia-Ukraine war, well, it's basically a proxy war, right? The U.S. is basically fighting a proxy war. Like that's interesting. That's an interesting type of consistency we're having here. Very, very, very nice. Very, very interesting. Maybe the US was just fighting a proxy war with Nazi Germany via the USSR. Have those people considered that?
the trigger, and they were Soviet fingers, right? They were Soviet soldiers fighting in the Eastern Front. America and the other countries fought on the Western Front, right?
Yeah.
So it makes no fucking sense to quote the tweet and say, "Oh, they didn't do anything. They just were defending themselves and they had an alliance." It's fucking retarded. They won the Eastern Front by themselves, practically, right?
Where was the majority of the Soviet deaths on the Eastern Front? Do you think it was in like German controlled territory or Russian controlled territory? Just curious.
Russian controlled, Soviet controlled.
Then why the
place.
fuck would I
And,
give them credit for fighting against? They weren't fighting against the
this is
Nazis.
so-
They were repelling
this
a
is so
fucking
retarded.
invader.
This is
I'm not going to
so-
give you credit for
this is so
defeating the Nazis.
retarded.
You were defending your territory. Shittily, might I add. No, it's a totally
What?
different
No.
thing. So to be
What-
like,
what do you
oh, who
mean?
cares about
Their
DJ
territory.
and the Americans? Look at how
What do
many
you mean?
Nazis
What
the
do you
Russians
mean?
killed. You don't get credit for killing people that are fucking invading
do
you.
you- Okay, first of all, why? Second of all, that's literally not true. They didn't. The majority of the casualties were in Soviet territory. Yeah, but the Eastern Front was more than the Soviet territory, right? They went from Moscow to Berlin. There's some regions, right? Between.
Well, I mean,
there's
according to the
some
MR
regions-
Pact,
there's
that
some
entire
regions-
territory
there's
belongs to either
there's
Nazi
some-
Germany or the
there's some-
Soviet Union, huh?
there-
Right?
There's some regions.
Uh-oh.
Moscow and Berlin. That is not Germany and not.
Is there?
Former Russian
Is
Empire,
that
right?
what those two people agreed on? That there would be territory between them that was...
You're moving. Yeah, thank you. That's a caveat to Molotov-Ribbentrop again.
Yeah, interesting. What was the territory during the... What? What was that territory, actually, according to this person, that was neither Germany nor the USSR during the Operation Barbarossa? What was it? I'm sorry, what?
Okay, anything else you got for us before...
No, your tweet is retarded. It doesn't make any sense. They fought the biggest landmass in human history, right?
Great, that's nice, yeah.
And you're saying, oh, they just had casualties because they were invaded and they were fighting for their own land. That's literally not true, right? They liberated the Eastern Front. There's more territory.
They
than the
liberated?
Soviet Union between
What is...
Moscow.
Wait, do you consider... When you say liberated,
divided?
when you take over a country and then you make them part of your Soviet Union, is that liberated, or what do you
Oh
mean by
my!
that?
What?
True.
Your Soviet Union. What? What the fuck you're talking about? You can, if you want to give the retard.
Well, for example, Lithuania, For example, Ukraine. For example, turning Poland into a USSR satellite state. You know, those things. I'm really I'm keeping my fingers crossed that Destiny is going to say those things, because oh my god. Fingers crossed, okay? Fingers crossed.
Lead take, you can say that they were satellite states. They weren't part of the Soviet Union. What?
Lithuania. Hello, Lithuania. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. Why? Oh god, I'm checking something and an enemy is attacking me. Oh god, why? Okay, let me just chill here. Hopefully. Oh wow. Well, what do you know? Please, 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 Destiny, please mention Lithuania, please. Please mention Lithuania, please. I'm begging. I'm begging you to mention, please, Lithuania. I'm begging you, okay? I'm literally begging. Please mention Lithuania, please. Okay, there we go. 26 minutes. We might have to take a break from this debate. We're just gonna jump from one ridiculousness to the other, because in an hour we're going to be joining daedalus media in watching a What If Out His video, which is not any better than this.
Fuck, what was Yugoslavia
saying
part of
that
the Soviet Union? Yeah, you're not saying shit. You're just
I'm
making
just saying
shit up.
that taking over
I'm just saying.
territory, and then I'm
Yeah,
just saying, oh yeah, they
right?
liberated the great liberators, like how the United States liberated
Yeah.
Afghanistan and
What?
Iraq. Thank God.
Oh my God. You're comparing-
That's true. No, actually,
Ho-ho.
that's not
so-
fair
that's so
because, to
fucking
be
stupid.
honest, the United States probably had more of a moral authority there than the Soviet Union did. Suck my dick, bitch. Okay,
Oh, did he
we're
kick?
just relaxing today. I don't know why I'm letting this guy get me so wound the fuck up.
Hello?
Oh, what up?
Hey, I was gonna jump into your fucking
Oh.
conversation, but I didn't want to dogpile the guy.
There you go.
Oh no, he likes being dogpile. He fights every single day with every single person in chat. Why? Would you want to add to that?
Yeah, just a few little niche stories about that whole pact and like.
Yes, thank you, Loner Box. Thank you. Please, please, I'm begging. Maybe Loner Box is about to just. Is Loner Box about to just cleanse his image in my eyes? Is this about to happen? Is Loner Box is just about to make me. Okay, let's go. Let's hear it because I do so desperately need some. We'll see. This person is not just about to make this person didn't just make Destiny look good. It's about to just rehabilitate Loner Box in my eyes. I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Can you? Okay. I know you all like to troll me. I know you're all in a fucking Discord when you do this. Turn your microphone up. Okay. You're almost muted. Why?
Wait, am I?
Yeah, you're
No
fucking so quiet. Yeah, you're so quiet. Up your fucking. Oh, I'm not upping you.
Hey,
Okay.
no, fuck you. I'm in the fucking red on my end. I don't know what you're talking. Okay, let me. Like, I'm in the red. Why? Why am I in the red on my thing but not on yours?
Okay. This is you up at 200% talk.
Hello?
It's like barely better.
Wait, okay. Try that.
There you go. Yeah. Was your Discord volume turned down or your Windows volume turned down?
No, the fucking automatic gain control was off for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so fucking okay, maybe you know some of these, but I think they're pretty funny. Do you know Molotov wasn't even supposed to be the Soviet foreign minister at the time? Do you know about Litvinov before him?
Yeah, I do, but tell my chat. They probably don't.
Yeah, so he was the old foreign minister, and Stalin basically fired him to smooth over the talks with Germany because he was Jewish.
Oh, there was a little bit of I feel like I read at one point that the Soviet Union was going to have their own little anti-Jew shit, but they didn't get to it in time, and everything kind of fell apart.
The O did not actually sound very. The O did not sound like you knew about it, Steven, but okay. Just gonna
There's
say
quite
that.
a bit of Soviet anti-Semitism. I think as well with the.
Yeah.
But that's quite thoughtful, though. I think.
That's quite what?
I think everyone should. I think that's quite thoughtful, though, right? Like getting rid of your Jewish guy to smooth over relations with Nazis.
Oh.
What do you know?
Oh.
I think.
Hold up.
I think
Here we
most of
go.
us should.
Where is he?
I think most of us should look for a partner who.
Hold on. Can't you the
Is that thoughtful?
Stalin himself is about to join. General Lobby, where are you? Can't close. Okay, good luck.
Hello.
Hello?
I had some questions about Molotov
Can you-
Ribbentrop.
Oh my god, is this person back? Really? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my god, I
before those
hope not.
questions, I'm sure you have them.
I hope
That's very
not.
curious what you just said, that they replaced the Jewish minister because he was Jewish, because
The expert from Brazil. No offense.
of anti-Semitism, right? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I can
They
find
had-
you a Stalin quote if you want.
Yeah, it was the British minister, it was the Italian minister, it was the French minister, or for which country was that minister for?
What are you asking me?
He was representing the Soviet Union for which country?
What do you mean for what country?
They replaced the diplomat for what country? Hello? Is this difficult to understand?
What? Wait, what? What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? Sorry, what? He was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. What do you mean a diplomat for what country? Yes, correct. Stalin was in fact super anti-Semitic himself, and he dictated a lot of the anti-Semitic policy in Poland personally after World War II, just so you know.
What do you mean for which country? He was
the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The Russian foreign minister.
Yeah.
Correct. For
what? For foreign affairs.
Nazi Germany, right?
Okay.
To make deals with Nazi Germany. It's not a anti-Semitism problem, right? The issue.
No. A foreign minister is not appointed to deal with single countries. A foreign affairs minister is appointed to deal with all foreign affairs. What the fuck? Does this person think that there is a separate minister of foreign affairs for every single country? The face in this little window tells volumes, speaks volumes. Someone has sent me a friend message. Incredible. This is just incredible.
Is that Nazi Germany was anti-Semitic. Correct?
Yeah, it's just very that's what I meant. It's just thoughtful of Stalin.
Because Destiny said, they had anti-Semitism problems.
I think we should all strive to find a partner who considers our needs in that way.
It's so retarded because they explicitly had policies.
Oh my goodness. This person is just digging himself into a hole. Basically, him being Jewish made him fit for negotiating with... Not fit, my god. Is this for real? Oh yeah, totally. Totally, like a country a country forming their own government around different countries' bigotry is totally normal. Totally normal, totally like rational thing to do. To basically replace your cabinet based on a different country's bigotry. Amazing. That's just common sense, DM. I just cannot. Okay.
Is to combat anti-Semitism, right? There's a famous speech from Lenin that says that anti-Semitism is one of the most retarded things ever, right?
Is that the speech? That's what he says?
Yeah, he literally says that in English.
What, you know, do you know also what Lenin said while we are talking about things that Lenin said? Lenin also said that Stalin should be nowhere near any place of power. Do we recall this thing from a little niche document called Lenin's Will? Okay. Just, you know, just so we are on the same level as to what Lenin said. This is incredible. This is just unbelievable, actually. Wait, I'm gonna go to the toilet while I have the chance, and then we're gonna continue. This is just unbelievable. Okay, this is just unbelievable. If you're all having fun, if you all think this is extreme and intense, then please, by all means, drop a like, give me a, you know, some sort of like a donation, a sub, anything, and I will be right back at you with more stuff. Okay? All right. And then, after all the horrible things are done, we're actually gonna do some more Juneteenth to introduce some more wholesomeness, because I just cannot take much more. Okay, I'll be right back. Incredible. This is incredible. Okay, let's continue the pain. How many of you are still here, by the way? Today's audience is not small, but I will compliment your tenacity in the face of this sort of. I will compliment your tenacity. That's for sure. Let me check something else. Oh, almost phone is dead. Almost. It's true. I could have. Okay. Have a nice rest. Just in case you're not gonna be here for long. Okay. Let's continue this whole mess. All right, let's continue. This is extremely painful, but we will have to go through it.
English, yeah.
Uh-huh.
It says retarded, yeah, sure.
Can I ask my questions now?
You can, yeah. I just wanted to point out that it's completely
So you were
historical to say
saying-
that, oh,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
anti-Semitism problems in the Soviet Union,
You
and that's why
were-
they replaced the minister.
You were saying...
The USSR absolutely had an anti-Semitism problem. Like, okay. All right.
You were
Yeah?
saying that
I was?
it was completely strategic, Molotov-Ribbentrop. One question, maybe a couple about that point. One would be like, it wasn't just a military pact, it was also part of a, it also involved a commercial agreement where the Soviets supplied raw materials to Germany, and the Germans had a requirement, and those requirements were completely met. I think like 70 or 80% of German imports from 39 to 41 came from the Soviet Union. They got
Uh-oh.
steel, copper,
And
petroleum.
Oof.
Oh,
It actually,
yeah,
this was
that-
part
that's
of actually
true.
what helped. This
Yeah.
was part of what helped the Germans push off the British blockade. So yeah,
Yeah, true.
Well.
Yeah, it contributed,
strange strategy.
right? The issue is that you're not looking at the date that Molotov-Ribbentrop happened, right? It happened after the military treaties and after all the economic treaties that were made.
No, this was
between
the
Western Europe.
1940.
No, it was.
commercial
I can
agreement was
quote this.
renewed.
Sorry. It was actually after, right? I have it right here. I'm gonna.
No, I'm saying that there
oh.
were multiple agreements. They were carried on. There was a 39 one. There was a 34. They started in 34, right? The Soviet-Nazi relations started in 34 with trade, but they carried on.
This person's main and only argument is appeasement happened, therefore Ribbentrop-Molotov good, which is... I just cannot. I'm gonna send a quick thing and then we're continuing. I just cannot believe that this person is able to make Destiny and Loner Box look so good. Like,
And they were renewed constantly.
Yeah, and you know what happened in
And
35?
I just want to
You
know.
know
I
what
want to
happened
you only did the anti-Semitism after the others did, though.
ask you.
in
No, I
35?
want to. You haven't answered my question
Yeah.
first. I want to ask you.
Which question?
I'm
want
trying
answer.
to ask
Sure.
you if
Go
it
ahead.
was prep for a war. Why would they meet
Uh-oh.
requirements even in 1940? Why would they give Germany
Because
everything they wanted?
the alternative is to be invaded by Nazi Germany, right?
No.
Why didn't they
Was
break
that the
the
agreement?
agreement?
Was that give us our goods or we'll invade you?
What?
the-
What a ridiculous
no.
proposition.
What the fuck? It didn't say that. I'm saying that if they didn't honor the agreement, right, they would be invaded.
No, but he's saying why would
Yeah?
they make that
Th-
agreement to
this
give them
is-
So why?
everything?
That's not part of the agreement. That there was. What,
Because,
does it say in
because,
Ribbentrop
because
that if you
being
don't
because
supply us
being
with raw
invaded
materials, you
because
fucking
being
fight a war?
invaded because being invaded and losing land is worse than just giving them.
But if they didn't get the raw materials, they would not have the means to invade. They depended on those raw materials to be even able to sustain an invasion of any kind. And if the USSR did not, invade Poland, then even with the raw materials, Poland could have stalled Nazi Germany for much longer. So this whole argument just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Okay? Just no sense whatsoever.
Resources, right?
Where did they say that was the alternative? Did Germany say if you fall short, just fall short on your raw material supplies,
They
we'll
didn't
invade
need
you?
to say it explicitly. They said that they wanted to expand eastward and they wanted to enslave the Slav race, right?
Well, they
is
yes,
this
and Russia,
so
yes,
fucking stupid?
Russians knew that.
The Slav race? What the fuck is a Slav race? What? What is the Slav race?
Since the 1920s, they still got into a pact. Stalin still tried to join the Axis powers in
Yeah,
1940,
you're
and they
deflecting.
still
You're
continued to
deflecting
supply.
again.
No,
You're
I'm not
deflecting.
deflecting.
Because
They knew that.
since
They didn't stop them from
since
ignoring the warnings.
Since 1933, Western Europe had military agreements up until Molotov-Ribbentrop with Nazi Germany, right? They had military treaties and they had economic treaties with Nazi Germany, right? Molotov-Ribbentrop happened after the Munich Agreement, after all these military treaties.
Ribbentrop-Molotov happened after appeasement, therefore it's good. It's basically the argument. Everybody knows what appeasement was. Everybody knows, okay?
After all these economic treaties, and after the Soviet Union offered a anti-Nazi military alliance to stop Nazi Germany, right, from just fucking everything up. Do you deny
I'm gonna
anything?
ask you the same question again when you're
said?
done, but
Do
carry
you
on.
deny? Do you deny anything that I just said? Is anything that I just said a lie?
I kind of stopped listening at the end. I just wanted to ask my question again. You're not answering my question.
Thanks. You're deflecting again because I said
I'm
before
not
you
deflecting.
asked
You're
the
not answering my question. I'm
absolutely
deflecting
are.
your deflection,
Oh,
sure.
Okay.
I want to
Yeah,
know
thank you.
why they would meet all the
What
fucking raw
question-
material requirements if they were
what
risking an
question? What
invasion.
question didn't I answer? What question
Did they
didn't
not-
I answer?
Why would they meet every single term of the trade agreements with raw
Because the
materials, which they
alternative-
knew Germany was
because-
using for their military, and just be like,
because-
oh no, sorry.
because the alternative-
Why
because the
couldn't they
alternative-
why couldn't they just slack and be like,
Yeah.
oh fuck, sorry.
Yeah, because they can't slack.
Next year.
That's not how states work, right?
Why don't they
knew
just
that-
slack and apologize if they're expecting to get invaded
What
anyway?
fucking apologize? Are you fucking retarded? They can't slack, right? They don't have a proper military. They don't have industrialization. Of course,
You
they have
said
to.
they were
They have to.
anticipating-
And Nazi Germany did not have the raw materials to conduct war.
They have to
invasion
honor.
anyway.
They have to honor the part of the agreement because the alternative is to be invaded and losing land and all the resources in that land and losing your troops is worse than just giving them resources, right?
So they gave them resources to avoid being
you're
invaded.
pinning
okay.
you're pinning the
Okay,
success
okay.
of Nazi
Good
Germany
question.
on these
Really?
resources, and you're ignoring the fact that they had military and economic treaties with Western
So,
Europe. You're
just
just
a really-
completely ignoring that.
Just a really
Yeah,
simple question.
you're gonna. I just answered. You're gonna answer.
So I'm just gonna say this. Even with all the raw material helps from the USSR, all You know, the military experts, authors of history books say that actually Germany was not as well prepared for war as it is believed, generally speaking. And Germany did not actually have the means to follow, to sort of invade deep into Poland. They didn't have the means to just invade Poland as deep as to Lviv, okay? They just didn't. So the argument of the alternative was to be invaded is just ridiculously stupid. Because Germany simply did not at the time have the means to single-handedly invade Poland, go through it, and to invade into the Soviet Union. They just did not have the means to do that. Sorry. Not sorry. And you can cope and sieve, but even if they did that, it would just open them. Then France would have just strolled into the empty Germany. Like, is this person... This is La La Land type of history. This is La La Land history of a person that's just illiterate historically. We've already established this time after time that this person has no clue what he's talking about. Just learned all of his history from a Marxist-Leninist pamphlet.
You're gonna ask another question, or you're gonna just
So yeah, no,
at least engage? You're gonna at least
engage.
You said
They
they met
had
their
30
terms.
Western
I'm
Europe.
gonna I'll restate what you said. You said
Yeah.
that they met all the terms because they didn't want to get invaded, but they met all the terms and they got invaded. Does that mean they fucked
yeah,
up
no
then?
shit, no shit. Yeah, I didn't say that it was to stop war. I said that they knew war
That's
was
like a double
inevitable
whammy.
and
You give them
buy-
everything they need to invade you, to
not a
avoid them
double
invading
whammy.
you, and then they invade you. What a fucking stupid plan.
It's not a double whammy. The whammy would be to give them everything and then be invaded right after. That's not what happened. They had time to industrialize and get equipment, right? They were in a dogshit position during Molotov-Ribbentrop. They couldn't stop a Nazi invasion, right?
They absolutely could. They absolutely could. For example, by allying with Poland. There you go. Easy peasy. With the USSR help, Poland could have just defended itself pretty much indefinitely. And that, believe it or not, would have bought the USSR ample of time to industrialize. If the USSR really wanted to just buy time, it would have supported Poland during the invasion in 1939. Why? Because the more Germany was stalled, the more prepared France was, the more prepared the UK was. This is just brain dead. This is just brain dead analysis of history.
You realize that while the Soviet
Like, Poland was not a small country before World War II. It was quite big, actually. So it was not, like, I repeat, Germany was actually not prepared, especially due to the bad weather conditions, to just stroll deep into Polish territory. Triangle strategy. It's I actually have it. I might play it in the future. I do have it as well. Triangle strategy, or something like it has triangle in the name. It's a pretty good game, yeah. So yeah, it's a good game. Destiny's playing a good game and having good positions in this debate. Like, I've seen the first few minutes of this debate. offline. So I basically knew that it will be almost impossible to criticize Destiny in this debate. Maybe the only criticisms I have is the fact that he could say more, but I, I honestly cannot blame people for not knowing super much about Eastern European history. Like, I really cannot blame people for not knowing the ins and outs of Eastern European history, so I'm not even gonna complain on that front. They're doing good enough with the knowledge that they have, to be honest. The whole trans genocide debate. Well, I also had an additional problem with Lonerbox because he claimed that the genocide of Jewish people began in 1942, which is a ridiculous proposition. So I've got also a problem with Lonerbox's World War. Like, even divorced from the whole trans genocide topic, I've got a really big problem with Lonerbox's assertion that the genocide of Jewish people started in 1942. Yeah. Like, the whole Jewish ghetto, all of the Jewish ghetto segments that we've done, that we've made, directly refute that claim. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, let's enjoy the moment when we can, like, Jesus. Maybe I should talk with Lonerbox. I'm gonna need answers from the chat. Should I talk to Lonerbox? Because pretty sure I could. I'm pretty sure talking to Lonerbox would not be a total zero chance thing. And 100% of Holocaust survivors say the LGBT thing is the same. Well, also not just the Jewish ghetto survivors, also the Warsaw Uprising survivors say the same thing. About the broader LGBT, actually. Not just about trans people, about the broader broader anti-LGBT sentiments. Because let's be honest, conservatives don't really just want to stop at trans people. Let's be clear with that, right? It's not like conservatives want to do their thing with trans people and be like, well, that's it, our job is done. No, the conservatives want to go after all LGBT people, to be honest. At least in my opinion. Yeah. But yeah, do you think, answer yes or no in the chat, should I talk to Lonerbox? Because I don't know. At this point, I think at sooner or later that could be arranged in some form. We might touch upon that subject. I think it would be more like with Anastasia, would just talk about everything. it probably wouldn't be a one topic specific. I would talk about the genocide. I would talk about the Jewish history thing. What do you think? Like, it wouldn't even need to be some sort of like a debate. We could just talk about it, and I could just state my case as to why I believe that the genocide of, for example, of Jewish people began before 1942 and stuff like that. Considering what I'm seeing in this debate, I'm willing to, enter the charitability arc, Since I don't know, I'm not sure if I would necessarily call Lonerbox a malicious actor. What do you think? What do all of you think? And as a number one President Sunday orbiter, I did also notice that Lonerbox has sort of started rehabilitating himself in his eyes as well. And as you know, I have to follow the lead of President Sunday on these things since I'm the number one orbiter. Okay, for people that don't get the meme, I'm just kidding. I'm not actually just blindly following the line of President Sunday. Just so it's sort of clear for any person that might stumble onto this stream, although sadly not many people randomly do. All right, let's continue this, because also in some time we're gonna be taking a break from this debate, and we're gonna be talking with Daedalus, and we're gonna be watching a video of What If Althest about dating and love life. That's right. Isn't that exciting? But I also want to use this opportunity to do something positive with the stream, a positive collab, which I'm gonna just throw at Daedalus's lap, and I'm gonna propose a little bit of a discussion, because Daedalus is a historian, so that might be a great opportunity to sort of discuss the Juneteenth, right? Because let's not forget, even though we're in a lot of pain right now, at the end of the day, this is still a Juneteenth stream primarily, not a pain stream, okay? We're here primarily to celebrate the Juneteenth, okay? Not to Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to every one of you. Okay, let's just...
It wasn't the Soviets were. So you say they were using those 2 years to improve their position, whilst also giving Germans everything they needed.
They didn't have. No, sorry, they didn't have a crystal ball. They didn't know that Nazi Germany would invade in 1941, right? They thought that it was in 1943. They had industrialization plans to then have a war with Nazi Germany because they believed it was.
Oh yeah, because somehow in this person's mind, they believed that Nazi Germany would adhere to their industrialization schedule, which I'm really hoping that either Lonerbox or Destiny will just plain say, oh, so you you think that Nazi Germany, that you believe that the USSR believed that that Nazi Germany would just work around their schedule of industrialization. Is this correct? Also, Stalin's 5-year plan was all about industrialization, just so you know. You know, the whole mess, which included the Holodomor.
Inevitable due to the foreign policy of Nazi Germany and their open statements about expanding eastward and enslaving these left rich.
They were wrong then. They gave the Germans everything they
So-
needed.
so-
everything they needed,
This is-
and they
yeah,
fucked
this
up,
is
right?
fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
they got cucked, yeah.
Well, I don't understand what your point is. Oh yeah, they got fucked. Yeah, sure.
Do you think
But
Stalin was wrong when he ignored the,
alternative?
do you
The
think Stalin
alternative,
was wrong when
yeah.
he-
So, in order to buy time to industrialize, the USSR felt the need to prop up Nazi Germany. That makes perfect sense. Oh yeah, that's big brain logic right there.
I'm not gonna let you make just 10 questions and then not engage with anything I said. They were
I'm
fucked,
restating
right?
what you said back to you. Yeah, they
No,
gave the Germans everything they
you're-
needed to avoid being invaded, and then the Germans invaded them. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Right away, no, they had time to industrialize, right? They had time to prepare equipment.
Well, but they
You're,
didn't,
you're
right?
speaking like, oh,
But they also gave the
did,
Germans
but they
time to
did,
industrialize
they
as well,
did.
right?
What do you mean? They
They
absolutely
also
did.
gave the Germans time to amass the arms they needed by giving them.
True.
Yeah, right. And Western Europe also did that before.
Why won't these warmongers work around my schedule? How inconsiderate. How unthoughtful of them.
Of Ribbentrop, right? They did
Do you
that
think,
before.
Do you think?
Can you
so,
acknowledge that? Can you
unlike
acknowledge?
you-
No, please.
unlike-
Can you
yes,
can you
but
can you can you acknowledge? Can you acknowledge, please?
I'm not-
Acknowledge.
Stop asking me shit. Stop asking me shit.
I'm not
I
asking
answered
you.
your question
I'm
already.
starting a
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Can you acknowledge that?
I'm just starting a
before-
sentence. You can let me
Can you
start the
acknowledge?
sentence.
Can you acknowledge? Yeah, you're just gonna ramble. Can you acknowledge that before Molotov-Ribbentrop, Western Europe had military and economic treaties that also helped Nazi Germany grow?
So I don't know about.
Yes, the appeasement happened. That's true. The appeasement has indeed happened. True. Not sure what this is supposed to demonstrate. Not sure what this is supposed to prove, but yes, indeed, appeasement did in fact happen. Yeah, true. I'm just putting these things for the other characters that I'm sooner or later gonna just be creating en masse. I've been hoarding, I've been destroying everything, and I might as well leave some for future characters, right? Also, I love hoarding things in games for some reason. I just love creating these big collections of things in chests. It's like a weird thing that I've got in games. It's a quirk of mine. I just like hoarding stuff.
About you, but I'm not like a partisan hack.
Question. Hello. Can you answer my question? I consider that giving resources by the Soviet
I'm
Union
just gonna
to Nazi Germany.
I'm answering your question, right?
Yeah, go ahead. You
So
just
I
called
said,
me a
unlike
hack.
you, yeah, I'm. So I said
ahead.
I'm not. So
Answer.
I'm not partisan.
Answer.
And
Answer.
do you think I support the decisions of fucking Chamberlain? Like,
Do you think
no.
do you think I support getting rid of a Jewish minister because he's Jewish? No, I don't support that. It's fucking retarded. And also. historical. It's not just because he was Jewish. It was because they needed relations with Nazi Germany, right? To
So
stop
and
the
here's your
fucking
point.
invasion.
Like, I'm
Because-
anti-appeasement,
because-
right?
well-
But I don't think appeasement is quite the same as helping the Nazis invade a fucking country.
True. Thank you, Loner Box. You're really gaining points. Okay, you're really gaining base points with me here. I'm just gonna say that.
Dude, okay.
What?
Yeah, you're gonna call
British
the
help the
annexation.
Nazis invade any
You're gonna,
countries?
you're gonna call the annexation of
I'm
parts
gonna-
of Czechoslovakia as appeasement, right? Just because
Yes.
Britain didn't get parts of Czechoslovakia, so it's not the same thing as Molotov-Ribbentrop.
And they also didn't smash Czechoslovakia from the rear like the Soviets did to Poland. Yeah, that's probably part of it as well.
This person is saying that Czechoslovakia was not part of the appeasement. We're gonna have to break this down into 2 sessions because we're gonna have to jump into the what if I'll test things soon with Daedalus, but this is gonna be a 2-parter. Like, this is just crazy. The Czechoslovakia thing apparently was now not part of the appeasement. Take my energy, Lucy. I'm gonna sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, good night. I actually have to wake up fairly early tomorrow because I'm meeting Mom. But, you know, I'm a hardcore streamer, so please, as always, please, please, please help me get away from the hobbyist trap, okay? Please help me. You're my only hope. Because as you can imagine, I don't really get money from ads and I don't really get sponsorships. So all the money I earn doing the streaming is from my viewers. And with that said, I'm gonna push on for now for the next 10 minutes because after that we're just going to take a break from this and continue next time, I think.
What the fuck is that point? What does it matter if it's a British or a Nazi gun killing people in Czechoslovakia? What the fuck is your point?
Well, the fact that
It was part of the agreement.
Killing people in Czechoslovakia, that's actually incorrect. That is actually, Czechoslovakia was annexed, but there was no war in Czechoslovakia that led to the annexation of Czechoslovakia. So it was also very different in that regard, okay? Czechoslovakia was annexed without a huge war happening where Czechoslovakian people were killed. Czechoslovakia was not literally attacked by Nazi Germany. Nazi troops went in and simply took over with the support of the West, which made it appeasement. But this person doesn't know it because this person is, repeat it after me, historically illiterate.
You know, when you're
Right?
getting invaded, right? It's probably harder when it comes from both sides, right?
You know that you're a hack fuck, right? Because you're ignoring the fact that they had military treaties before, and you're pinning all the blame on the Soviet Union and the things that they got, resources, after Molotov-Ribbentrop, right? Molotov-Ribbentrop is a direct There's a direct line between Molotov-Ribbentrop in the West feeding Nazi Germany resources.
I'm just
right?
saying it was
You
a bad
understand that?
plan, though, wasn't it? If that was the plan, first of all,
well,
it was a bad plan.
yeah,
Second
sorry.
of all, if that was the
thanks.
plan,
Thanks, General Hindsight. Thanks,
if that
General
was-
Hindsight. I'm
It's
glad
not
you
just-
can look back. You can
it's
look
not just
back.
hindsight.
Yeah, I'm
Stalin
glad.
ignored-
It's not just hindsight, yeah. It's stupid to say that.
Yeah, you can look
What
back.
the fuck are you talking about?
I'm glad
It's not
General
hindsight.
Hindsight over here. I'm glad General
Stalin was
Hindsight over
wrong.
here can
There
look
were
back
German troops massing
100
the border
fucking
and he didn't
years
do anything.
before the Cold War, before everything, before World War II. I'm sure you're so fucking smart. You can look back 100 fucking years after and say, oh, it was a bad plan. There was better decisions to be made here. Thank you. Yeah, what the fuck you're saying? Of course,
I
there's
said it's-
better things
okay.
to do.
It's not hindsight. Stalin was warned
Yeah.
that there were German troops amassing at the border, and he ignored them.
True.
You're fucking lying because
He did
No.
weeks before sending recon
fucking,
onto the
because
fucking border.
he literally offered 1 million troops at the western border of the Soviet Union.
He was
to
warned in the
invade-
first
to
in June. that he
invade,
needed
to
fucking
invade
before
Nazi
sending
Germany. He
reconnaissance.
wa-
They are talking about two different time periods, just so you know. The tanky person is talking about before the war even started. Loner Box is saying that during the war, Stalin was warned that the Nazi soldiers are amassing on the border. You know, Operation Barbarossa. And that Stalin ignored it. And that is absolutely correct. So they are just basically talking about two different time periods here. Which for some reason this person's not able to recognize. Okay, let's continue. There you go. Oh my god. This is just... Oh god.
He wanted a military alliance against Nazi Germany with Western Europe, and it was denied before Molotov-Ribbentrop.
Pivot. He was warned that there were Germans at the
it's a
border in
pivot.
41 in
It
the
was
summer,
before
and he didn't do
Molotov-Ribbentrop. It
anything.
was How is that a pivot? How is that a pivot? Please.
Because I'm talking about 41, when Stalin was warned that
Yep.
they were amassing fucking troops at the
Oh,
border. He didn't do
yeah,
anything.
and I'm saying that before
they
41,
lost all of
before
Eastern Europe.
41, before
Which is a
41,
pivot.
in 1938, he offered a military alliance against Nazi Germany, right? It's fucking retarded to
You
to
accuse
tell
me
me
of doing
that.
hindsight, but I'm not just doing hindsight. Stalin was warned. He had border reports on the 1st of June. He sent fucking
you-
reconnaissance
can you
missions
listen-
on the
can you-
18th, and by then it was too late. And then they got fucking smashed.
Yeah, can
Yep.
you give me the date for that? Can you give me the date for that?
For what?
That was 1940.
41.
sorry,
He's warned
yeah,
that there are
yeah,
fucking Germans at the border.
No,
and then
listen to me.
He doesn't send in
No,
reconnaissance
yeah.
missions until the 18th.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Hindsight. Now listen to
It's
me.
not fucking
In
hindsight.
19
You're being told.
Captain Hindsight? I don't know who this person is. Apparently he's like some... Captain Hindsight?
There are
19,
German troops at your
in
border,
19,
and you fucking
in
wait.
19,
You
in
think that your
19,
grand
yeah.
plan to join the Axis power is going to pay off, and it doesn't.
Yeah. Hey,
Also, I want this person to answer this question. Has the USSR proposed the pact to Poland? The anti-Nazi pact, was it proposed to Poland? I'm actually gonna look this up now, because I'm not 100% sure. And if no, then I don't care. Well, I would also remind you that Poland did have this whole foreign affairs doctrine on keeping equal distance from the USSR and Germany alike, from keeping the equal distance from East and West, of not giving any preferential sort of relations with any side. So keep in mind that was actually a doctrine that Poland upheld back then. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. When Piłsudski was still alive, there was actually a proposal of an alliance. Yeah. Germany actually proposed to Poland an anti-Soviet alliance, and Poland refused. There you have it. In the 30s. So yeah, Nazi Germany proposed an anti-Soviet alliance in the 30s to Poland. Being warned about something before it happens, hindsight, yeah, I guess.
let's make an agreement here. All right.
You mean
What
like
kind of
You're
Stalin
correct.
did with
You shouldn't
Stalin did
have-
with fucking
shouldn't
Hitler?
You give me everything I need to invade you, and hope that I don't invade you.
Relax. Let's have an agreement here.
Yeah, give me everything I need you to invade you, and then get surprised when I invade you.
Listen to me. Between me and you, okay, you're correct. If he did ignore it, he shouldn't have. That's a bad decision. What I'm saying is that before what you're saying, before 1941, in 1938, he offered
This is
a
a
military.
we'll let you do it.
Shut the fuck up! He offered
telling you-
a military
I'm acknowledging
alliance.
it, let's
Shut
go.
the fuck up!
Nazi Germany proposed an anti-Soviet pact with Poland. Poland refused. But strangely, Stalin did not offer a pact with Poland. Actually, let me check something else. Oh crap. Oh no. Oh crap. Yeah, I knew I remembered something like that. Oh. This is why I'm so sad neither Destiny nor Loner Box. Hello, Arkael. This is what I'm really sad that neither Loner Box or nor Destiny are really great on this subject, because take a look at this. I'm gonna start the two guys talk history in a moment, but before that, let me show you this. Soviet-Polish Non-Aggression Pact. That's right. Poland and the Soviet Union actually had a non-aggression pact as well. The Soviet-Polish Non-Aggression Pact was a non-aggression pact signed in 1932 by representatives of Poland and Soviet Union. The pact was unilaterally broken by the Soviet Union on September 19th, 1939 during the Soviet invasion of Poland. Well, well, well. Well, what do you know? Like, I'm really sad that not Loner Box, not Destiny will bring things like that up. What about this pact of non-aggression? What happened to that? After the Polish-Soviet War, the Polish authorities persuaded a policy of equal distance. The policy of equal distance was like the key, like the major Polish foreign affairs policy between Germany and the Soviet Union. Most Polish politicians, both on the left and the right, believed that Poland should rely mostly on the crucial Franco-Polish military alliance, which dated back to World War I, and not support either Germany or the Soviet Union. So there you have it. To normalize bilateral contacts with the Soviet Union, talks were started in January 1926 to prepare a non-aggression pact to fortify the borders established by the Peace of Riga that was to be balanced by a similar pact signed with Germany. However, the talks with Germany were not started and the Polish-Soviet talks were interrupted in June 1927 when Britain broke off diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union and Soviet plenipotentiary Fiokov was killed in Warsaw. Instead, Poland applied to the Bryan-Kellogg Pact of 1928. Polish-Soviet negotiations were resumed in Moscow in 1931. The pact was signed on July 25, 1932, effective for 3 years. Ratifications were exchanged in Warsaw on December 23, 1932, and the pact went into effect on the same day. It was registered in League of Nations Treaty Series of January 9, 1933. On May 5, 1934, it was extended to December 31st, 1945, without amendment.
Howdy.
Hello. I'm just reading. Well, I'm in pain. I'm gonna make you visible, okay?
Okay,
I'm in much pain.
What were you doing before we got here?
I'm watching a Destiny debate with a Tanky about the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact.
Yeah, Tanky seemed to think that if that was okay.
Yeah. So I just pointed because I know that Loner Box or Destiny are not gonna be super big on history of let me not gonna be super big on the history, right, of what happened in that time, right? So it's not like Destiny or Loner Box are just gonna be able to bring up that actually Poland and the Soviet Union also had a pact of non-aggression when the Soviet Union invaded.
Poland at the end of or at the beginning of the war, yeah.
Yeah, the Soviet Union broke the pact of non-aggression by invading Poland, basically. It was supposed to last till 1945. You want to be on camera or not necessarily?
I don't even know if it'll take my camera right now because I am on my OBS camera.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just gonna sit here and never camera.
That's okay. We're just gonna.
On you.
So I'm gonna say we're officially taking a break from the thing, from the debate. We're just gonna have to make it a two-parter. Okay, we're just gonna have to make it a two-parter series, right? And now we're jumping into the love story of What If Althest. I wanna pop this out. I wanna make the share screen full screen. Excuse me while I'll do a few adjustments, okay, to the whole thing.
No problem.
So I have to turn off the browser now. I have to make the pop-up share screen visible. Can we make a test actually if I can hear it? If it's audible for me?
Lonely? Do you feel
It is. I just make
do,
two.
it doesn't matter
Okay.
and you'll never find love in your daily existence?
Okay, can you pause? Okay.
Yes, stopped. I just had to turn up the volume on my end because I had turned it down last night when
Alright,
I was watching
so-
Sunday.
I'm gonna now share it with everybody, with the thing. I'm gonna call the window capture What If Out Love?
Oh God.
There we go. Oh yeah, Fake Alec Kalpar. I just realized I haven't typed in a long time. I didn't leave. I'm still here. Hello, Fake Alec. Can we do something pleasant after this? A short proposal for you. I have a pleasant thing for you after this.
We can find something pleasant.
Oh no, we don't have to find something pleasant. I've already got something pleasant for you. How do you feel about talking a bit about the Juneteenth?
We can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, right? That's a pleasant thing to engage in, I think. Okay, so I'm putting it in the upper corner. Because my stream, even though I've been doing the whole tanky thing now, it's technically speaking, well, not technically, absolutely, primarily a Juneteenth stream. Hello, Dexmex. So you know, we've been doing a lot of things just before you start. We've read the whole declaration. We've listened to a nice song. We've read a book from a prolific author. We've done all of the things that you do when you celebrate the Juneteenth. You know?
I'm not even sure we have like an official Juneteenth pattern yet here in the United States.
There is.
It's still really newly recognized.
True, which I think is bizarre and a shame, but
it just
I think that's
weird.
Yeah, I think it should have been recognized a long time ago, but you know.
All right, let's kick this off because I'm sure this will hurt.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you feel lonely? Do you feel like no matter what you do, it doesn't matter and you'll never find love and your daily existence is a meaningless, monotonous dribble of boredom, alleviated by...
Can you pause right away?
Oh God, we're only 11 seconds in.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a self-report.
Do you really feel like romance is such like a part of your life that without having a partner, your life is just an empty boredom mess? I'm gonna be honest, I don't quite feel like that about my life.
I don't, but my situation is kind of different because I have to wrestle with the fact that I have kidney disease and all these things. So my first priority is going to be
health,
getting better, and my health, and like that means that I'm much more selfish about my time and how I spend it.
Yeah.
So like I haven't felt for the longest time like I would be able to be in a relationship and be an adequate partner in that regard. So I simply haven't given it any thought.
Right.
But that's a fairly unique position to be in. So I don't necessarily think that I can go and say that my experience is typical. I know there are plenty of people who feel emotionally satisfied without a partner or partners, but not necessarily everyone does.
True.
And especially if you're what if autist's age, because he's in his early 20s. So he's like, hasn't experienced much life yet.
Right.
And that yearning isn't necessarily going to go away.
But I think that there is a lot of, because I'm gonna be a what if out psychologist now, okay? I'm gonna say there's this huge tendency, and it's like, it's not just US, it's pretty international, for people to believe that their lives as Waterfall has described it, is just a big pile of boredom, that their life suck basically, right? And if only they were in a relationship that would just fix their life, which does not lead to good outcomes in my opinion.
Well, yeah, no, it's not going to. Like you
Like you should be able to sort of be in a good spot before you sort of like being in a good spot in life should not hinge on you having a partner is what I'm saying. You should not treat a potential partner as a lifeline from your life sucking. It's basically what I'm saying.
it's the question of how. It's a question of what you're doing and whether or not you view a relationship as a possession or a partnership.
Right. So like, okay, I guess we can continue this journey.
Yes.
Human being, with you just being a cog in the machine. Have you tried dating apps only for the results to be incredibly depressing and have resigned yourself to loneliness? Well, psych, you're alone. You're a loser. I'm just fucking with you.
Jesus Christ.
I'm guessing for the vast majority of this audience, that was a hard yes. The reason I'm saying that is that I've heard this from the vast majority of young people I meet. I'm a pretty social guy, and I talk to all kinds of people, and almost every young man, even ones that are billionaires, male models, incredibly charismatic.
What? Billionaire male models? What? In their early 20s? Young people who are
billionaires does he know?
No, it's not just billionaires. It's young people who are billionaire male models.
Let's just take a look at something real quick.
Jesus Christ.
Total number of Bill, it helps if I spell things correctly. Billionaires in the whole world can't be that high.
Also,
there's only 2,640.
Billionaire male models.
Like the actual odds of you knowing two or more to be able to say plurally are astronomically low.
Also, I really one second. I really hate to be the bringer of those news, but getting into a relationship, a model marriage, that's actually one of the main ways in which the state makes a person a cog in a machine. So, just saying.
Like, marriage is heavily incentivized by the current system. To a fairly ridiculous degree. Like, it's really hard to portion shop if you're a bachelor.
Yeah.
At least here in the States. So, like, all the portions are either family-sized or awkwardly priced for buying,
unless
a reasonable quantity for a single person.
Unless Waterfall Hess is just covertly advocating here for non-normative types of relationships.
Yeah, that's probably
likely.
Yeah.
Told me this. There was a Greek philosopher named Diogenes who wandered around the city of Athens.
Don't you do it! Don't you dare do it!
A lamp looking for an honest man, and the bit was that he never found one.
I do love that fake Alec Kyle Parker.
Club in Los
Behold, an honest man. What a faultist.
Oh yeah.
I love me some Diogenes humor, but I swear to God, like, that's the thing he takes from it is
Los Angeles. I struggle to find a single young person who's not lonely and likes their dating and social life, and I have continued to fail.
Yeah, but social. Okay, can we pause once again?
You aren't working very hard because your social circle does not necessarily encompass everyone, particularly in the city of Los Angeles, which is something on the order of what? 2 million?
Like social life and dating life are two totally different things.
Yes, that too.
Like, you can have a group of amazing close friends with whom you're building amazing, relationships, and be without a partner. These are totally two different things. absolutely different things.
Yes.
Why is it the case and what to do about it? I'm going to use my understanding of history and society to explain the variables and
We're doomed.
conditions causing this, which are more complicated and go deeper than you could possibly imagine, showing the seedy underbelly of our culture.
Jesus Christ. See the underbelly of our culture.
I don't know what seedy underbelly he's been in, but I'm guessing it's not that seedy.
This video is a lot of research to make, and a great result.
I'm not watching
This video is
ad.
structured a bit
Whoever
different
is
than
paying
many of
is
my
not.
others. I'm pulling on less.
Is it okay for me to sort of nitpick? He says research, and I don't know.
Wait a second. You're pulling in less academic sources. That can't be good because your regular sources are not that academic.
I'm saying,
Anecdotal evidence I've gathered from
is
just
it
talking to people.
research or
And a lot of this is
research,
because this is less academic.
or are both acceptable?
If you're asking whether or not the research is,
No. I'm actually asking about the accent on the word research.
oh, okay.
Is it research or research, as he said it?
Yeah, it's definitely research.
Yeah, right. You can now rewind a bit and hear that he says research, because I'm a nitpicker. Because
I'm pulling on less academic and historical material and more from anecdotal evidence I've gathered from just talking to people. And a lot of ways, this is because this is a less academic topic.
Actually, it's not. Also, anecdotal evidence is not really sufficient for you to draw the conclusion of why modern dating is broken.
I'm pretty sure
What you
so.
could draw a conclusion is why your dating's life is broken, but not like modern dating is broken.
I'm the correct person, fake Cal Parker. What if Alt has convert the thing is incorrect? Okay, not me. But yes, I'm pretty sure sociology. Sorry, what?
Charlie's in my chat. That's all.
Oh, I'm pretty sure sociology is correct me if I'm wrong, pretty academic endeavor.
Yes.
Sociology
It might very well
of
be.
all topics, how societies act, what drives societies and groups. I think that's a pretty academic topic, okay?
Yeah.
What academia writes about is always 10 to 20 years behind what the actual problems are in society.
No? What? What?
No. Well, it's remarkable to me what he thinks academia does, considering he's not one and has never been.
Oh
here.
my god. Is this for real?
One semester of college does not an academic make.
Okay, this is... You know what? After the Ribbentrop-Molotov thing, which was actually extremely painful, I'm finding this actually funny, because at least What About His is not trying to talk about history here. So he's not doing his usual slow and brainless thing. Here he's actually trying to... I'm not sure how to describe it. This video is just funny.
This is going to come down to him complaining like he does in every single video that he can't get laid.
Yeah, this video is just
Inevitable.
humorous. More humorous than actually...
Yeah, I was so surprised that no one talked about deindustrialization and the collapse of our middle-class jobs, which was obvious in my area until Trump made them too public to ignore. Also,
What do you mean no one talked about that? They've been talking about that for nigh on 30 years now.
Yeah.
I don't even want to try to analyze the map.
The map? There's a map.
There was a map a few seconds ago.
Show me the map. What is this? Where's the legend? I don't see a legend for this map.
I am the legend. Oh, wait, sorry.
I am the
What
Senate.
is this? I don't even know. Like, why are some things green and some things red?
Emphasis on the re in research. I love it.
Those are manufacturing cities. Some of them are. However, Chicago is here.
I don't know. That's like this thing does not have a. Does this map have a legend anywhere?
It does not.
You know, because usually when you do these sort of maps, you sort of do a legend that explains what color means what and what you're trying to even show, right?
Yeah, like some of these red parts of Michigan are definitely manufacturing areas. Some are not. Like all of this is virtually rural.
Yeah, but the problem is that we're just trying to guess what he's trying to tell us with this map. Like, it's like if this would have been a fail in an academia setting, ironically enough.
Well, it would be 20 years behind the times, apparently.
Yeah, true.
That no one talked about deindustrialization and the collapse of our middle-class jobs, which was obvious in my area until Trump made them too public to ignore.
Oh, he did not. Trump simply said the same thing everyone has been saying for 30 years.
So most academics are older people who are very disconnected from problems that overwhelmingly target the
They are not. Oh my God.
Let's
keep going.
This is basically, I'm sorry, I have to interject here. This is basically just conspiracy theorizing about the bad academia. Like, this is extremely transparent. And he just fits in line with all of the other right-wing cronies that basically try to push anti-intellectualism and anti-academia rhetoric nonstop.
Yeah, my new conspiracy theory is all what if this videos are made by a chipmunk who was kicked out of Harvard.
Well, you know, monkeys with...
quantified as well and has to be treated more as an art than a science. I have a really large network and talk to all varieties of people, so I've heard most perspectives in society.
Oh my God, I've heard most perspectives in society. This is amazing. I've heard most.
This video is less scientific than others, but
oh God,
so I really don't have to be scientific all the time. And I think
Jesus,
put out these
no danger of that. No.
I told you this is just pushing anti-intellectualism and packaging it as a date video.
No, Charlie, we're not even 4 minutes in. We are 3.5.
Theories explaining stuff like this
We're trying
because
to
this is such an important issue to all of us. One of the points I'm going to tease out in this video is that I don't think anyone is really to blame here.
Oh.
I generally believe that when you're talking to someone, they really just want to be heard and understood. I think we're all children of God, and so when I talk to people...
Oh my God.
I'm not. I'm a child of Ra, and Ra is the sun god who is over your puny god.
I mean, that's... What if Althes would say that that's still a god, so...
Yes, I'm starting... is this photo what I look like? I'm starting to sense the problem, buddy. This is the problem.
Connect with and not judge them. Because of that, I hear lots of people's personal stories about their loneliness and dating lives. What I've found is that most people just want to blame some other group, whether men, women, feminism, porn, and the like, or they'll say someone else is really doing well, like women, chads, the rich, tall, etc. However, what I've seen talking to chads, beautiful women, the rich, incels, and every other group is that most people are trying their best in a hard system, and no one is really winning or at the top. Ridiculous as it sounds,
that the chair is the least of his
chads
problems.
who have had lots of sex really don't like it and feel depressed in the current system. This kind of reminds me of my videos on social collapses, or why the rise of food's skyrocketing right now. All of which aren't really caused by a single person or thing, but rather complicated confluences of variables that hurt everyone.
Pause.
I think there are 3 big reasons that make dating
Pause.
very difficult.
Wow, amazing. Societal problems are not caused by individuals. This is deep insight. I cannot believe this person has over half a million subs.
529,000. Yeah, like this idea, he keeps coming back to this idea in his videos too, like that he is able to see all from his perspective. which is really weird.
Like
no.
This is I'm just waiting for him to bring it back and actually say some sort of that weird right-wing thing. Because so far he's saying
And
problems
I'm
are
moving through
systemic
those.
and everybody's blaming everybody. So
Yeah, let's see if he. I'm actually surprised. We're almost to 5 minutes, and we haven't seen the first misogyny yet.
Explain how they will affect our society's development in the future. These problems all bleed together, forming a coherent net of depression that's massively holding society back. Our problems with dating and marriage relate back to broader problems in our whole modern civilization that merely manifest here. I sincerely believe that if we can't solve these problems over the next 50
Yes, if we don't get if someone doesn't start screwing quickly, the Rome will fall again.
and you know what the modern civilization problems are, right? The LGBT, the wokeism, the
We're about to.
we're gonna get there. Don't worry.
or so years, our civilization is doomed to fall back into another dark age. That sounds bombastic, but I'll explain why over the course of this video.
Oh, please.
The question I'm sure a lot of people, especially older folks, will be asking at this point is it really that bad? Isn't this just something incels or other people at the bottom of the social totem pole complain about? The answer I'll give is an unequivocal yes. Let's look at some stats. The amount of young men under the age of 30 that have had no sex since turning age 18, or are basically virgins, has nearly quadrupled.
First of all,
wait, hold on.
Basically, be a virgin. You are a virgin, or you're not a virgin, and a virgin is a social construct anyway. But
why did his audio quality just plummet?
I have no idea. Probably because he started. Speaking of which, guys, let me know if my audio is okay.
Your audio is actually better than his, which is a bit like it's a pre-made video, and your audio is crisper than his, which is like, and he is a big creator, at least in theory. What's happening?
So let's see. Like, here's the thing: these things rely heavily on self-reported data, and what people are embarrassed to talk about. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure that the actual number of this is substantially more than it was. I think people are more honest about it now.
Okay.
Which is kind of a trend we see in mental health circles, like, anyway, is that people tend to be a lot more honest about this stuff than they would have been.
Right.
The other thing is, like, there's been a rise in consciousness on behalf of women about what they're willing to accept from men.
Also,
there's a changing landscape, but it's not the result really of a problem so much as it's something that really hasn't caught up yet.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind that in the past, women were basically just pigeonholed into marriages in order to survive economically.
Yes, and that's another thing. It's like women don't have to deal with men's bullshit
anymore
to stay alive.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Which changes that landscape immensely.
Yeah.
But it's also very good for women because, like, there are a lot of marriages that, because no-fault divorce did not exist until relatively recently. It was like, I believe, the 70s is when it started to come into vogue.
Like, you had those divorces when one person had to be abusive. Of course, you had a semi version of a no-fault divorce, which was the separation, but that had its own problems.
Yes, and like these things didn't happen, so there are a whole lot of marriages that probably wouldn't have stayed together today, that persisted a very long time, like our grandparents. There's a whole bunch of grandparents that probably would have gotten divorced if it was an option.
Yeah. Also, fake. Wait. We have a question from a chatter. Fake Alec Kuiper. Lucy, if women wanted rights, why don't they vote for them? Nice. Thank you. Okay, we can continue.
is going from 8 to 27% of the population. The horrible thing to consider is that since this is something young men are insecure about, they're probably massively lying or skewing the data in a survey like this, so the real numbers are undoubtedly much higher. I mean, also, in many ways, this is just scraping the bottom of the barrel, where there's a world of difference between having had one sexual partner since turning age 18 and having a rich sexual life.
Also, I'm just gonna notice.
Let's put this out to everyone right now. The concept of having a rich sexual life is not contingent upon the number of partners you have.
True. Yeah, that is very true.
And in matter of fact, as far as satisfaction, most people who have had a long-term relationship are going to end up reporting more satisfaction than those who have short-term relationships.
I mean, I guess that sort of makes sense on a maybe intuitive level, since you get to learn your partner more and what they like, and they learn what you like, etc., right?
Yes.
An exploration process. But I am sort of noticing that this conversation only centers around young men.
Well, so far we might, but
will we get a stat on young women as well?
We might. Let's see.
That could make a young man happy. And you have to imagine that if, let's say, a third of the population under the age of 30 are virgins, conservatively, that a much higher amount of men are not satisfied with their sexual lives. This is the first time
you don't actually have to imagine that.
Sorry?
Women are having fewer children. Yes, that's also because having children is dangerous.
Possibly world history, where a majority of the population is childless and unmarried at age 30. This is also the first time when a majority of people in their 20s are single. 60% of single women and 43% of single men have just given up on dating or trying to date or looking for someone at all. 90% of young people feel lonely on a regular basis. The largest group in America has literally 0 friends today. On the marriage side, which comes out of dating, half of all marriages end in divorce. I'll tell you a bit about my own...
Sort of, kind of. What ends up happening is a much higher percentage of marriages end in divorce over a longer period of time.
Right.
Personal story. At the start of 2021, I joined an organization for exceptional young people run by someone who used to be part of Jake Paul's management. It had NBA stars, Netflix actresses, billionaires, and the like. It wasn't...
Promise I wouldn't give any names or share photos when I found. Probably no one you would have heard of as a member. Okay, so this wasn't... If no one you've heard of is a member, then this wasn't a group for exceptional young people so much as it was a group for young people who wished they were exceptional.
Basically
Really,
the
the
same
Illuminati,
thing.
we weren't plotting to
Okay.
take over the world. We
Same
just got
difference.
drunk together a lot. It got shut down due to a crisis in its leadership, but I've teamed up with the former guy who
Oh, if they were so exceptional, well, no, there were crisis of leadership. I can't.
was a de facto co-founder to recreate it in LA. From this, I've met some of the most successful young people in the country. Also, What If Altist is a really sick and wonderful fan base of successful, interesting, and really cool people who tend to watch this content. From these two bases, I have a data set of hundreds of incredibly interesting, successful young people.
He's in a country of 330 million people. So he's managed to acquire a data set that contains hundreds.
Well,
and apparently out of these hundreds of super successful people, no one's getting laid. What exactly are they successful at, What If Altist? Rudyard?
Finance.
Also, I've been a digital nomad, living in a bunch of countries, and I purposely reach out to different kinds of people in different parts of society and the world.
What countries has he been living in? Do you know?
No. The Nile is a river in Egypt.
What countries has
So
he
I
been?
feel like I have a good idea of what life is like for different people. The reason I bring this up is that under normal circumstances, you would see the more successful young people in society having the most romantic and sexual opportunities. However, if
it's not a marketplace.
Oh well, and souls do see it that way. Literally.
It's not a marketplace.
That demographic is screwed. What's happening to everyone else? Just like Diogenes in Athens, the more you see, the more depressed you get. The thing I found is that the most
Behold my sex life, and it's a dry, crumpled piece of paper. Oh, God.
successful guys in society often struggle as much in dating as normal people.
Normal
Even more,
people.
in fact.
Who?
Jesus.
Like, I love how he, like, implicitly is trying to endorse red pill ideas, but he's, like, we're going to see red pill come up, I know it, but he's right now saying that hypergamy is false.
Since they tend to end up in entirely male-dominated industries. Of the 50 most attractive, charismatic, successful, high-value guys I know, about 3 are in relationships, and most of those aren't even good relationships. Very high-quality women like actresses, singers, models, and the like tend to be in relationships, but the norm is for them to often date far beneath their own level. If you're a beautiful model, you're probably dating...
Jesus.
Okay, let's, again, this is such a weird take, because that's not how people being attracted to one another works.
Yeah.
Like, you're not plugging factors into a little calculator and popping out, you should be dating such and such.
Yeah.
Like, that's not how relationships work. That's, like...
Business transactions.
not-
But that is how the red pill views it, just so you know.
It's not a set
And
of
especially the black pill.
Yeah, it's not a set of transactions. It's a set of experiences.
On the marketplace of dating.
broke photographer you met at work, or some guy you ran into who lives at your apartment. Normal people like to assume the rich live amazing lives, which often really isn't true. Our standard of living for young people isn't that great, since cost of living in major cities is insane, and there aren't people throwing crazy parties and networking all the time.
But that's not how relationships are built.
Yeah. Networking. It's like building a business, networking.
Yeah, like... And here's the thing. Like, if this is the attitude that's prevailing amongst these 50 so-called most attractive people, or whatever the hell he's talking about, like, that's why they're failing. Because people understand when you just want something from them.
Yeah.
They're not stupid.
You want to know how... Sorry, what?
Sorry, go.
Want to know how my grandfather met my grandmother?
Go. I don't know. I have no idea.
So he went on a date, and his date brought grandmother as a tag-along.
See, yeah, that... And
As a companion for the date.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing, like, people make relationships with people they find interesting. And most people don't find finance bros interesting, for a record. Because they're boring. And
Yeah.
usually commodify everything.
Like, people
The most
don't...
successful people in my age group
You don't choose their relationship based on, like, what best business status thing it will give them. To just base it on feeling good around the person and feeling this attraction to them, right?
Yes, and that's... Like,
It's all feels over reals, quite literally.
what people are going to do is relationships is they're not necessarily going to go with the person who has the most money. They're going to...
Yeah.
Where they feel valued, whatever that feeling may take.
Yeah.
And work it out from there.
True.
group tend to live lives much like normal people. Just
Oh my god.
You
And
gotta
this...
stop with this normal people bullshit.
Yeah, this, like... This weird...
You are the most mid person to ever grace the internet.
No, that's not actually what he wants to say. He's like basically doing this whole, I have a bunch of ubermensch friends who don't live life like normal regular people do, kind of thing.
Yeah, he's most mid person to ever grace the internet.
money. However, what caused these issues? In the same way that when you pull up a log in the woods, you see the maggots eating it from inside that are normally hidden, I will show what I believe the causes of these things and what it means for society. Number one, the internet. If you are a man or a pretty large chunk of women, the only real way to date today is through dating apps. Unless you're in school or you have some special factor like you're in a town where the church is extremely strong, there simply is no other way to meet the other sex on a frequent basis. This isn't something I've wanted to believe, but as I've seen more and more of the world, it's become an unavoidable conclusion. Young people really don't go to bars anymore, and no one really has strong enough social networks to do dating through.
Wait, young people don't go to bars anymore? What do you kids do these days?
Jesus.
People they've actually met. It's kind of insane since dating apps were viewed as weird and suspect 10 to 15 years ago, but now they're mandatory.
Yes,
What?
weird and suspect. Much like, no, they're not. They're not.
They're not what? No, they're not. What's that?
People interface all kinds of weird ways. Like, this is a very commonly put forward way in society now, but not the only way.
This is horrifying since the apps are terrible and possibly the worst way you could ever design dating in a society. Let's start with how, if dating apps were a country, they would be the second most unequal in the world.
What?
Tinder as a country is right behind.
As a country? What?
Tinder is not a country.
Imagine if meeting people in a sculpture club was a country. Is
The
basically
Gini
was.
coefficient is not for this. You're taking a hammer and using it to break a board in two.
The most unequal country in the world, and ahead of Venezuela.
But listen.
From Tinder.
Have you considered this? Imagine that your local book club is a country. Have you considered this?
I haven't, because my local book club would not be a great country.
Is that you can still be a really handsome guy and wealthy and get very little luck. And it's not even the top 10 or 5% of men who do well, it's the top 1 or less. It's very similar to the American economy.
No, it's not an economic interaction. Here's the thing about dating apps for women. Women have to be incredibly cautious about who they respond to on a dating app. Because they don't know if that guy is a person who's like
A
gonna
creep.
treat them well,
A
or
stalker
cut their
creep.
eyeballs out. So
Yeah.
women have to be incredibly cautious if they're not feeling it, and they have very little to go on most dating apps, which he would be correct if you cited that as a flaw.
Exactly.
That they can't make a safe evaluation of these
This
things.
ICO rule says women spend their lives dodging dicks.
Where the top 1% aren't the people who are getting the most. It's the top 0.1 who get far outsized.
This is a graph of wealth, not a graph of who's having sex. Let's just take a look here. Let's see how many babies were born in the United States in 2022.
Oh my god.
Three and a half million. So 3.5 million people, at the very least, were having sex.
Coincidence.
Gains. I have a friend who is a handsome guy, incredibly charismatic, and kind of genius, and he's put his intelligence behind trying to hack
You don't have. Never mind.
the dating apps. He's also a very professionally successful multimillionaire tech CEO. He's done stuff like run 5 accounts on each of the major dating apps, have an assistant.
Is this video just what if all his bragging about knowing billionaire models and millionaire CEOs?
That apparently can't get laid.
Great photos while working out every day. He's found that he can get a good amount of average quality girls, but that none are of quality.
His problem is probably
Why?
that he is commodifying relationships.
That he would marry or even date long term. This is evidence I've corroborated
Average
from my own
quality.
personal experience and other friends who have done similar things. This is since women tend to have two separate settings for dating, and we've found this in studies. Women have higher standards since they can only have one child a year, while a man could theoretically sire 1,000 in a year. The process of raising a human child is also incredibly long, expensive, and laborious. Women.
Yeah, but not everyone is determining who they're going to date.
True.
By whether or not they're going to have kids. Like, this is not a product to be stamped out.
True. Jesus.
Women either want a man who will support and commit to them for that long haul, and if they can't find that, they'll have a one-night stand with the highest genetic quality of man.
Here we go. It's 11 minutes in, and now we have our first misogyny.
Just for the value of his seed. Even with the expectation he won't stick around. A woman might have a one-night stand with Jason Derulo knowing that he will never raise a child with them, since he's Jason Derulo. The sexual dynamic created by the apps is that there are very few winners. Lots of men think that women love the apps since they can get as much sex as they want since they're preyed at infinite amounts of guys. But they don't realize that's not what women generally want. I've heard it feels like going through a bazaar, getting hawked at by all the people trying to sell their products. No woman without serious psychological problems really wants to have sex with a different guy every night of the week as a stable thing.
No, that doesn't hold true at all.
Nice. We're already...
We're at two misogynies.
No sane woman would want one-night stands. Okay. That's okay. Got it.
We're at two misogynies.
Yeah.
Since sex is emotionally very different for women than men, since they pair bonds during it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Not necessarily.
This is bullshit. Sorry to say. There are many women who just have sex and don't care and just move on.
Expensive for women than men, and so their bodies release oxytocin during sex to emotionally connect them to the man, which doesn't have.
And there are actually many men who just get attached and can't let go, just so you know.
So do like oxytocin is released for everyone during sex. That's the point. I'm okay.
Happen for men. For women, promiscuous sex often feels terrible, and even though they might occasionally fuck a Chad off Tinder when they need the release, they're not really looking to lock down.
The release of what?
With an exception.
Wait, the release of what?
However, they're not meeting Mr. Right on dating apps, rather guys that...
Yeah, the release of what? I don't.
Could it be the release of the thing that you just mentioned? Jesus, what? Oh my god, I don't know. This is so bizarre.
Pretend to be him and then leave them. Most of the highest quality women I know don't trust dating apps at all and use them out of necessity. For the vast majority of men, they get nothing or crumbs.
Why don't they trust them, Rudyard? Because they're terrified they're going to see you on there.
True.
From dating apps. Remember, since we've basically erased every other form of dating, this...
What?
We have not. What we've done is...
Can you elaborate on that? What?
Commodified dating. Like, dating apps are bad for a number of reasons, but they haven't erased things.
Jesus Christ. Erased all forms of dating.
The vast majority of men, excepting basically those who are in the top 1% or more of attractiveness, have very few dates. Also,
yeah, because attractiveness is such an objective metric, you know?
Yeah.
Totally.
I've heard from gay friends that contrary to expectation, this is similar in the gay community, where gay guys are...
You have no gay friends. Don't even lie.
True.
Generally more willing to have sex than women are. However, this just means that conditions become more competitive and gay men become more picky. And so you see the same kind of stratification coming out of the dating apps.
We only have one or two
for very wealthy and charismatic guys, people who would already be married in every other era. This group of men are basically hopeless with no direction forward. For the Chads who do well in this system, things really aren't that great either. Lots of my friends are people you could call Chads who have lots of sex and are fuckboys. However, none of them are happy about it for the reason I've explained before, is they can never find a girl they really want to settle down with. 3 separate times I've had a different fuckboy friend on my couch crying about how miserable being a fuckboy is. After a certain point, you just hate what you're doing in the endless, meaningless game of trying to trick girls to sleep with you by faking commitment. The guys who don't get a lot of action might be saying, come on, how can that be a real thing? But I've seen this too much up close to be able to discount it. A big reason this process is so depressing is that it's incredibly dehumanizing. Online dating hookup culture, in reality, is a machine for sex and broken hearts more than anything else. It's literally a machine that assesses you for your beauty and nothing else, lets you have sex with someone else, and then spits you out when you want emotional support.
Our modern society conceptualizes everything through the factory and industry, and so with free love we thought, okay, let's just increase the volume of sex, and then we'll have a lot more sex. But
no one thought that.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna put this on 2x speed, because
Yeah, you're right.
I feel challenged already.
I might. Yeah, do put it on two, because I do want to also talk with you about the Juneteenth.
the problem is that you fundamentally can't separate sex from the relationships of the different people involved. And is it any irony that once we push free love in society, that the amount of sex collapsed? And for sex, relationships, and all that stuff to work, you can't just increase the...
So basically, this person is just pushing for arranged marriages and to forcing people to marry. That's it.
volume, which is what dating apps try to do, but you need to bring together people who share a lot of similarities so that they have a chance of a relationship working.
Never mind.
Talking to everyone, one of the lessons I've learned is that we all just really want love, and the system doesn't provide that at all. When I talk about the most successful members of society struggling to date, including very beautiful and wonderful women alongside
The system is not designed to provide love.
Yeah.
I understand your problem, Charlie, but I'm here too, getting the same cancer.
Men. The biggest reason is just the acquisition system is broken. If the network people have is Tinder, that becomes the only thing that matters.
This is not a marketplace. This is not a marketplace. This is not a marketplace.
And the flaws inherent in Tinder ripple across the whole society.
This is a
Well,
little
all the
too
other things
fast,
that would
I
benefit you in the real world in dating suddenly don't carry nearly as much value. No one really likes the dating apps, and people...
You know what happens when people don't like the dating apps? They stop using them and find
True.
a partner another way.
But all the other ways were erased.
But the reason
don't you
it's so
see?
prevalent stems back to other factors in our society related to technology, that being the digital revolution. For young people, our lives are by all accounts spent almost entirely behind screens. Any type of
They're
community,
not!
even to a growing point, school and work is done through a screen. It often feels like communities have never really rebuilt since the pandemic due to it forcing us to spend our entire lives in the digital world. I like to say the most apt metaphor for the problems in...
Yes.
Communities have never rebuilt. They weren't that structurally sound in most places before. Like, here's the thing. Okay, like, he's living in LA, and I have a hard time believing that LA is the same systematic problem that the suburbs do. So you spend time in American suburbs, and there's not really a place to hang out. The sense of community that exists, people would pretend that exists, doesn't really exist. But I used to live in Chicago, and more accurately, the area I lived in Chicago was Boys Town.
Boys Town?
Which, yes, it's a fairly famous selection of about 3 different neighborhoods tied together that contain within it a lot of LGBTQ people.
Okay.
There was places to go, and like it didn't matter who you were or what you were doing. You had places to go and hang out and be a member of a community. Like, these systems exist in cities fairly extensively. You just have to simply take the time to go and live in them. But this essential argument that sex begets no sex does not really make sense. Like, demands an explanation at the very least.
inherent in modern dating is a recession or even a sexual break.
Hello, good for Gabby.
This is since it's a situation...
I'm sorry?
I'm getting on you chatter on the page.
like real recessions, that's caused by macroeconomic, social, and historic factors that hurts everyone involved by lowering the supply and functioning of the broader system. In the same way that an economy can be in a recession while still having all the key components for wealth, like the workers, resources, and the like, we can have everything we need to not have these problems, but the system is still fundamentally not healthy. A key factor here is that this is most damage to marriage, since marriages are most successful when people share values, and that normally comes from marrying someone in the same social class, ethnicity, region, religion,
That's not true.
which is self-selected through social communities.
That's not true.
What does cancel mean on this graph?
I don't know. But that's actually not true. Like, the only thing that marrying in the same class was good was to further material wealth, not for the individuals involved.
Yeah, more to the point, like the people marry
Because in the
class
yeah,
because
because in the past, for the most part, marriage was just a way to merge wealth and pass it on to the
it's a
offspring.
business proposal is how it is treated.
I mean, in the
So-
past, yeah, marriages were basically business transactions, yeah. Between families.
Thus, when you remove social communities, you throw people together who share very little, thus dropping the chances of a successful relationship. We really have to keep in mind how recent these technologies.
And it doesn't. Say what you will about the marriage system in the Middle Ages, but I would imagine that quite a great deal of affection, if not love, was eventually acquired for being smashed together like dowry tokens. However,
But keep in mind that that marriages were for the high class, like what most people did, like nobody basically cared, you know?
peasantry, there's not a property exchange, ergo, there's no particular reason to care terribly much about who married who.
Yeah.
Uh,
So this whole thing that I'm talking about is basically for the nobles or other types like this.
Barry! Oh, Barry!
Thank you, fake Alical Parker, for a subscription for Good for Gabby. This is the only sub I'm giving for the stream. Sorry I couldn't donate more today. Lucy joking. It's okay.
Are. In
Pretty
that
sure you have
Michael, which
donated
dominates our
enough.
lives so much today, was
Thank you.
made a little bit over 10 years ago. That means that people in our age group are really guinea pigs in a giant social experiment. We are all addicts from social media, sacrificing everything in our lives to it. In the same way addicts will sacrifice their families, work, and lives for addictions, so our social structure is being broken by digitization. It kind of reminds
you could put the phone down.
You could, yeah. If you weren't addicted. What if all has?
me what the introduction of opium was like from the British in 19th century China.
Oh.
Life in China was incredibly hard since the country was incredibly overpopulated, and people would work very long hours in grueling poverty. Opium in many ways became a necessary thing to just deal with how hard life was, and the Chinese called it an extra hour of light in the day. Meanwhile, there were no social mores to deal with it, and so large amounts of China's population became addicts. I don't think it's misguided to refer to technology as an addictive substance, given it's literally designed.
That's a bit more complicated than that, but
It's way more complicated than that.
yeah.
My good friends are tech CEOs, and they've pumped my knowledge to try to find
Actually,
ways
like, correct me if I'm wrong, because it's
Instagram,
not.
Why would they ask you to gamify things?
I'm
They
not
got a
sure.
pretty good handle of it all by themselves. I
So-
would love to live in Wadafaultis' brain space because he seems to believe he's God's gift to everything.
True, but correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm actually not that strong on that topic. But I'm pretty sure the opioid crisis was basically manufactured as a colonization attempt thing.
It was. Well, like, yeah, it can be more complicated than putting your phone down. But here's the thing. It's somewhat overblown. Like, this is not the answer here. Yes, these things are gamified. And I apologize. This is, again, one of those things. Like, I have a good friend, actually, who works in marketing for one of the major networks.
Okay.
And I never get commercials. Like, they don't seem to appeal to me. And her point is, these things are not made for people like you. They're made for other people.
Well, it depends on the commercial for me, I guess.
Yeah, that's true too. Like, what the most I usually get from a commercial is it tells me that a product exists.
Like, a trailer is sort of a commercial, right, for a game, and I can get I can find certain trailers to be quite fun.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, you're right. He's not wrong that a lot of our social structures have eroded and decayed. But the cause of those things is alienation more than anything else.
Yeah, true. Especially since you can observe it in as much not communist the system in Poland was, there was more social groups forming, there was more person-to-person interaction, and all of that really did erode once the neoliberal system was introduced in full force. Yeah.
Yeah, like you get this thing, you commodify life. And
Yeah.
when you commodify life, things become less important. Except for those things which further the commodification of life.
Yeah. So I'm a lot of the things that were sort of social groups that formed, things that happened in the past, they just really eroded, knowing the neighbors, etc., etc. Yeah.
There are like literally have teams of social psychologists who test and design them so they can hack your attention and your genetic weaknesses. This is something that's very heavily backed up by the evidence, and there's an incredibly hilarious graph of the invention of the iPhone and the teen pregnancy rate, which then collapsed, or the invention of Tinder followed by the mass rise of sexlessness in young men. The top writer on addiction, Johann Hari, has a theory that I believe is correct, that it's a way of filling missing holes in the rest of our lives, like not having purpose, love, meaningful work, and the like. What they found is that internet addicts, or people who are more addicted than the rest of us, are normally doing it as a way to escape the rest of their lives. As Robert Putnam proves in his famous book, Bowling Alone, social connections have been collapsing for decades with the rise of the internet. And as Peter Turchin...
No, I sorry, I disagree. Like I've already told you, like what caused the collapse of the social life actually was caused by the whole isolation that you were talking about. The start of the degradation of that sort of thing started in Poland after the change in the system and the aggressive introduction of the neoliberal system.
This graph starts its decline in the 1960s.
Like there are whole books written about this, and Poland is a really good study case because you had a big period when those social interactions were facilitated, and the introduction you can sort of trace the introduction of the neoliberal system and the social isolation that it wrought. And it has nothing to do with the internet. Like the isolation thing has started being a problem long before the internet.
Of discord, quality of life has collapsed for the average American over the last 50 years. This means that in the same way China was falling apart when opium arrived, the internet became a way...
The internet also is much... God. It's like playing post hoc ergo propter hoc with an idiot.
Yeah.
To fill the holes in our social and economic lives, to escape to a digital world where you didn't have to think about it. I'm going to cover this in much more detail later, but young people show many of the traits of addicts. Addicts don't feel comfortable away from their substances in the same way young people don't feel comfortable socializing and are always in front of their screens. It consumes large parts of their life, pushing everything else of value like family, relationships, fun, values, or just doing stuff outside. As I've talked about in my video on Gen Z, the hallmark look of our generation is a completely emotionally hollow, zombie-like person who is always attached to their screen, and then freaks out and becomes incredibly angry when things go wrong, which sounds like an addict. I see this process manifest powerfully.
I think this is a self-report again.
True. Says the internet content
colleges,
creator.
where I never really went to college, so I haven't experienced this.
Oh, Charlie, I never assumed that Rudyard is actually writing about these sites.
Firsthand, but from what I've heard, college dating and sexual life is pretty broken. People are often antisocial, don't do much except stay in their rooms, and college is often pretty isolating for a lot of people. This was really worsened with the pandemic, but if college kids who live in proximity and hang out aren't having fun, you know society is really broken. Before I move on to the next topic, I just want to
Society is broken.
disapproval of the internet.
The society is just broken, I guess.
And technology. For me to do that would be insanely hypocritical, given the internet is my livelihood and also how I've met almost all of my friends. It also makes our lives so much more interesting and convenient. The internet allows the most absolutely remarkable things, but also causes these problems we're talking about here. A big side effect of the internet is the coarsification and depersonalization of sex. In the environment humans evolved in which social circles were small and everyone knew everyone else, sex was something that A, happened with people you knew really well and thus was difficult to split off from the personality of that person, and B, was very intimately connected with baby making, something that only shifted due to the invention of the birth control pill 60 years ago. However, with the rise of the internet and the pill, sex became removed from these conditions of personality and child rearing to just become the emotion, lust, and fucking. A very large factor with this is porn, which went from being something that was very difficult to get to
Oh my gosh.
ubiquitous.
Can you pause?
Wait a second.
Didn't this same person say in the same video that people just blame porn for their...
Yeah, he was about to say. You remember when he said he's not going to blame anyone, and then
Like that people just blames everyone and that people blame porn, and now he's just basically just blaming porn. What happened to... What? What happened to that? That's weird.
95% of young men watch porn regularly. It's perfectly designed to hack into the male brain and is free.
no. Here's the thing: there are only two types of liars in the world: those who say they stopped, and those who say they never started.
I have mixed feelings about porn. On one side, it totally does objectify women, make men view women less as human
Not necessarily. There's such a thing as ethical porn.
beings and more as sexual objects, and all that stuff. For lots of young men, especially the under-socialized side, porn is basically the only frame of reference they have for women. And so they don't have the tools to realize that it's entertainment and that if you try...
I mean, that's true, but also not a... Again, that is a function of commodification.
the same stuff on a real girl, it's not going to go so great. Also, I know loads of guys who are addicted to porn, where it's something they actively resent given they need it, and they watch progressive...
He knows loads of guys that everything, that do everything.
...is to push further. However,
there's only one guy.
He literally knows all guys. He knows all guys.
Sitting alone in this room with a single tear rolling down.
No, I just think...
He continues to browse ever deeper into Pornhub, thinking that he's making a profound statement on society by talking about.
I just think, what if all his
Right now,
knows?
it's the ultimate asking for a friend.
I just think he knows all guys in the world. He knows literally all guys.
It's true that secret not Illuminati. It was founded by me.
Like he just knows all guys. So he has experience from knowing all guys. True.
However, I would say no man gets that stuck into porn when they actually have strong sexual opportunities. In the same way, addiction is normally a side effect of the rest of your life being dysfunctional. I largely don't believe it when people say porn is less than people having sex, given most guys, if given the opportunity, would replace porn for sex in an instant. Which brings me to the other side of porn, and I'm actually pretty grateful for it, since I think we might have had a revolution without it. Across history, large groups of sexually frustrated young men are a great predictor for wars and national crises, since they feel the need to do something as their entire ancestral line's about to die.
They're not.
Surprised me at all if porn forestalled the crisis of the 21st century by a decade, since men were able to crank it to videos of the most beautiful women in the world, rather than start revolutions. Porn, rather than religion, as Marx said, is the real opiate of the masses. Part 2. Social collapse. The Industrial Revolution has changed our lives in such a tremendous way, and in many ways, the history of the world since has been about trying to create social relations that allow us to go forward with it. However, since the task is so daunting and the process of change is so painful, we've often ended up with horrifying totalitarian ideologies that combat the pain of uncertainty by offering total certainty.
Oh my God.
What?
He's about to say the Nazis didn't get laid enough.
Oh, what the hell?
Even if that's a massive lie that will kill their whole society. Due to a combination of technological and social change, society has changed at such a rapid speed that we, in America at least, are in a valueless society in which no one really knows what to do.
We really aren't.
Or what rules to maintain. The power of religion has gone in a tremendous amount, and in the process, we realize how much religion really did to create common cultural consensuses and the philosophic foundations of our society. As my right-hand man once said, a society without religion is like a nation without a capital. The thing is that raising a family and mating is
Amazing. So deep.
really expensive for humans, in that you have to support and guide a child for 18 years at least. And so these cultural norms are necessary since they create shared rules of conduct that allow cooperation between different people to work seamlessly. In the year 1800, everyone knew what was expected from a groom, bride, the child, and the like, since the society was universally Christian. A society without shared values will experience gradual degradation and collapse.
What society was universally Christian?
Good question.
We are now witnessing. At the same time, humans need socializing and to be taught how to be good partners, which has totally collapsed. Our modern ideology views humans as both blank slates and noble savages, or that humans are naturally good and kind, and society makes them bad, something that literally all the evidence does not support, and that humans can be programmed by their societies to believe whatever, which the evidence is.
What evidence? See, this is what happens when Alphonsus complains about people not respecting his ideas. Is it's very clear that he does not respect anything at all whatsoever, because he just sits here and says this bullshit.
Wait. Oh my god, holy crap. I'm actually fading fast and we're all 25 minutes out of an hour. I changed my mind. This video is just as draining as all the others.
It is. It really is.
You want to do it a whole hour?
The evidence very clearly points to there being psychological differences between the two sexes. And you can say that men and women are different without saying one is better than the other. And because they both very clearly need each other, you can't say that one sex is blanketly terrible, because without it, we'd all die. And I think a good way of looking at the differences between men and women are that men have much higher rates of autism and sociopathy. And that's because the male brain was made for hunting and waging war as a group, and thus is much higher in systematizing.
Pause. This is actually a myth. Women also took part in hunting.
Yes. To raise children and hold the community together. Or being lazy slobs and not being well put together because they don't have.
We are defeated. I can't do this.
Yeah. You want to maybe put a pin in it and maybe return to it later? What do you say?
Holy shit. Yeah.
Would you rather just discuss some Juneteenth with me?
Yeah. That'll work better.
All right. Let's go. Let's do some Juneteenth. How do you feel about the Juneteenth? Have you ever celebrated Juneteenth? Today has been my first celebration of Juneteenth.
I'm not entirely certain, this is not a holiday that's been hallmarked yet, so to speak.
Yeah, so it's up to people to make it one by celebrating.
I don't necessarily think... Yeah, I'm going to come up with something else to put on the screen in a minute, Charlie. I don't necessarily think that it's what's the right way to celebrate Juneteenth?
Well,
I was doing some reading, actually.
Yeah?
I was doing some reading today. The book Hidden Figures, which is they made a movie a couple of years back.
Right.
It's about a number of black women who are mathematicians at NASA.
Right.
That were instrumental in getting John Glenn's mission to orbit the Earth up and running.
Right.
And get him back down safely. So it's a federal holiday now, but we have a hard time with holidays here in the States to begin with.
So I'm gonna say that in the case of Juneteenth, we have a historical precedent on how the thing started, how the thing was celebrated, what sort of things the celebration involved, and I genuinely think that doing those things is the best way to celebrate it.
Yeah, here's the problem, at least from an American perspective,
Yeah.
is we have gone out of our way to not talk about those things.
Yeah,
We talk about the Civil War, and the 13th Amendment gets ratified, and that's the end of the discussion. The actual mechanical idea of freeing those enslaved people doesn't. Because, the Confederacy is still a thing when the 13th Amendment is ratified. It's functional. In fact, Lincoln is racing against the clock that followed the Confederacy to get the 13th Amendment put in place before the Confederate States are returned to the Union.
Yeah,
so
but
this mechanic of
why is it a problem now?
we screwed up here in America.
Yeah, but when you screw up, you have to fix things, and one of the ways of fixing it is to fully celebrate the Juneteenth. That's my opinion, at least.
Yeah, but the thing is that we screwed up in the kind of way that we're not done screwing up yet. So we had we had Reconstruction, and Reconstruction kind of went terribly, because Lincoln gets shot and then immediately goes to his vice president, who's not really that involved in it. And then Grant comes in and he's sending in troops to get rid of the Ku Klux Klan and whatnot. And like the South never really repented its sins. So you had people putting up statues and doing this lost cause myth. And like the degree to which that has infected our history is so severe. So like now we've had Juneteenth for a couple of years now, and now it's something that gets pushback from neo-Confederates, and it's
Yeah, so I think that not celebrating is placating to them, basically.
and what ends up happening is most people will what happens is gray fallacy. People will say X. One group of people says X, the other group of people says Y, and then everyone kind of assumes that the truth is somewhere in the middle. So Juneteenth is going to pass largely unmarked by most people.
Yeah, and that will not change if we don't celebrate it. Do you see my problem with this? What my problem with this is? Like if we don't aggressively fight for what we want, then we won't get what we want. That's what I'm trying to say. Like women would not have any rights if they didn't aggressively and openly fight for them. And we need to also do this for things like this. We need to aggressively and openly celebrate things like the Juneteenth. I'm not even from the US, and I think it should be celebrated. Yeah. I celebrated it today by doing the reading of the Declaration, listening to the song, reading fragment of a book about an escaped slave, written by an escaped slave. You know?
Yeah, come here, puppy. Come here. No, don't run away. Bad puppy. Come here. Yeah, that whole period of time for us was just bad.
Yeah, and
like we didn't take the necessary steps to fix the problem, and now we're stuck in this.
Like it's important not to turn your gaze, but to face it and fight for what's good. I think so.
What's this? Yeah, Google's put up the flag.
Like, I'm basically, for what I'm hearing, the only White Forest content creator that did a stream about the Juneteenth.
General Gordon Granger proclaiming freedom for enslaved people on June 19th.
It's pretty strange considering that I'm not even from the US.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, it's only been observed for 2 years. What's up, Avery? Come here.
Which to me is a very bizarre thing in its own. It should have been just made a federal thing, like, basically in the 19th century, honestly.
Yeah, okay, I think this dog needs to go potty. I'm gonna put...
Yeah, I think it was made a thing in 2021, right? By Biden.
Yes.
From what we've read today.
It sure as hell wouldn't be done by Trump.
Yeah, even though he technically promised it, but we know like how Trump is with the... He also held an LGBT flag in 2016, so...
Okay, I gotta take this dog out. I'll be back in like 5.
Okay.
Put the music on.
Yeah, but I feel like I deserve some credit for the celebration to the end. Yeah, I think you deserve most of the credit actually. You did don't know when you brought... What the hell was... Oh my god. That scared me, that sudden music. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna just mute this. Yeah, you brought it to my attention. You did the dono. That scared me genuinely. I was like, but yeah, you definitely deserve the credit. Like, I think what you're doing is basically what I'm talking about, fighting for what's right. You know? Like, yeah, things are bad, but I genuinely think that not celebrating the Juneteenth makes the thing not better, you know? And we need to just push for what we want, for what needs to happen. I'm not sure. I'm actually really tired. This has been actually a pretty intense stream, all things considered. We've been streaming for, oh, not that long, 6 hours, 20 minutes, but I feel like today's stream has been pretty intense. I'll give you some credit. What's Barbarous? Okay. So we're just gonna wait back for. God. Where's our. There we go. Can make the music a bit louder now. But yeah, this is. So always kicklers consider subbing, liking, donating, and all that good stuff, since it's what I mainly depend on to live. So I'm gathering a fund to get a PS5 to be able to actually stream FF16. Oh my gosh. I shall never be a sub. Ignore my tier 1 thing. True. Well, if you appreciate what I do, consider dominating to me as well. You can also consider dominating to me. Hello? It's true. Oh, the music just changed. I should make it a habit to leave some music for people when I go to the toilet. I'm not even sure. Maybe. I'm not so sure. It does sound a bit neary, but I'm not sure if it's near. Wait, what? What happened? Why? What are you? Why did you say God damn it? What? What did I do?
What? Who did what? I'm back.
I did something and fake Alec Kyle Parker is angry with me. What did I do? I don't know. I'm bad. I'm no good. But yes, the takeaway is that we should aggressively celebrate the Juneteenth.
So how should we aggressively celebrate it?
Well, by respecting the way it has been celebrated since the beginning by the community, right?
Well,
like there are certain things that the community has been doing like since basically the 19th century when it comes to Juneteenth, right? Like reading reading the proclamation, singing certain songs, doing cookouts, which I'm not able to do on stream, of course.
Yeah.
Reading books by prolific authors, etc., right? Which is basically, in a lot of ways, like a good thing to do on the Juneteenth, which would be a very modern way version of reading the authors, would be giving voice or reading or putting a lot of attention to media created by Black creators, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. How do you wish someone had? That's not the question I asked.
Sorry, what? Are you saying that to me?
No, I'm checking Google.
Oh.
How is Juneteenth celebrated? Picnics, rodeos, street fairs, cookouts, family reunions, park parties, historical reenactments.
But a lot
news festivals.
There's also the parts like the reading of the Declaration, listening to the songs, reading the authors of books.
Well, red velvet cake is apparently popular. I can't lie. I cannot stand red velvet.
Like what I mean is, I'm gonna open up the whole wiki thing that we read today. After this fight, which I'm trying to not die. Oh. Well, you started it, no? By saying you'll never be a sub. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. My goodness. Oh, wait. Okay, let me bring up the wiki. The Juneteenth. So that's there we
Yeah,
go.
upon that, it should be taught about in school.
So celebratory traditions often include public readings of the Emancipation Proclamation, which we've done on stream, singing traditional songs such as Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, which we've actually listened to a version that's not copyrighted.
Oof. Yeah, it might be a faux pas to sing that.
So we've listened to the song. And reading works by noted African American writers. We've read a fragment of a book on stream. You know?
Yeah, it might be a faux pas to sing that.
Well, I think listening to the song is. I think
that's
listening to the song is just enough. It's not like I sang it. We just listened to it.
Also, I'm not allowed to sing at all because it makes people cry.
It's true. If I tried to sing, it would have been a painful experience probably as well. No matter what the song.
Video.
Yeah. So yeah, we just settled for listening to the song. So yeah, I think doing those things is a good thing, right? To sort of say, hey, this is an important event that sort of partially ended a huge injustice, right?
Yeah.
Since of course I think that the prison system plus the whole redlining, etc., segregation that followed was basically an antithesis to the Declaration ban.
Well, it was designed explicitly in some. Well, so that's a little complicated. In some places, like the South, there was definitely an explicit drive to undo Reconstruction's efforts because there was like this brief moment where African Americans have huge successes getting into Congress and winning local elections.
Right.
So that
and people were able to pull together money to buy the terrain that became. One moment, because I'm the the emancipation part, yeah. Right.
Yeah, and then what redlining does, and redlining's everywhere. What redlining does,
and what Jim Crow and desegregation, etc., actually caused the Juneteenth to not be able to be celebrated. It stopped being celebrated for a while because of these factors, which caused the community to just, So yeah, this is also why I think it's important to celebrate it.
Yeah, so like redlining really screws people up because it limits what neighborhoods they can be in, and it can make the biggest factor in generational wealth is the ability to own a home.
Right, since I've learned during my latest affirmative action lesson that apparently neighborhoods are branded with the school scores of the people living there, and the oh my god, the worth of the houses can drop depending of the scores.
Yes.
So that's a huge part of it, right?
No, that's a massive part of it. Our schools are funded by property taxes.
Right. They were demoralized into not celebrating it. Well, they were not just demoralized into not celebrating it. They couldn't physically afford to do it because of how difficult things became economically for the community. At least that is how I understand how it's being described. The celebration of the Juneteenth. Yeah, economically strangled into not celebrate. Yeah, basically, yeah. And as you've said, people were doing for some time for this moment in time good by getting into the government, etc. And then they were basically just ousted out of the government or any position of like that. So that happened. You're here still, right?
I'm here, yes.
Okay.
No, yeah. You couldn't own property You couldn't own property in my hometown if you're black all the way into the 1950s. And it was a sundown town into the 70s. No surprise there's so few black. No, that's a huge case everywhere.
So,
like even today, you'll find a lot of, especially suburban areas, are effectively segregated. No, and the other thing, like it's the myth that everything happened in the South. It's a myth that everything happened in the South because what ended up happening is like all these redlining things happened in cities everywhere. My favorite kind of example of this is you go to Chicago, and Chicago is a city on three parts basically: the north, east, and south part. And the south, or the northwest and south, and the south and the west, you'll find that the communities are split by massive roads running through them, forming a huge canyon. And then you go north, where the communities are mostly white and upper class. The road is elevated, so it doesn't break up those communities in the same way.
Right.
And like that's an example of how you can cause immense damage to a community: is split it in two.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So, like, this is not a thing that we're going to fix anytime soon, I feel like, because
yeah, and that's
you can't undo 300 years of history in 50 years.
Yeah, that's what that is basically my argument when it comes to the affirmative action thing. You cannot just assume that things will just that equity will just happen in a few decades when hundreds of years of damage were done, right?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Pom, that it's built into our society.
Which is why I think there's a need to fight. Because those things were just not change on their own.
No, there's going to have to be an active effort to change those things, and it's going to make people uncomfortable.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they already are making people uncomfortable. You know, people are already.
It makes people uncomfortable to begin with because they don't want to reckon with it.
Yeah.
They don't want to talk about that thing to begin with.
Yeah, which is why I think all the more that we should.
Yeah, and the problem is I don't feel like I am exactly the person for that.
Why not?
Because it's not my story to tell. Like what I like to do on this channel is bring on people who know the thing intimately.
Yeah, but it's not celebrating. This is not exactly telling a story.
No, it's not.
It's
but like there's a couple things I've been working on lately. In terms of guests, the first is I've been trying to find someone to talk to me about land back.
Okay.
And the other one I want to try to do is find more people of color to talk about those issues.
Right. But what I'm talking about is a little bit different. What I'm talking is like participation, like creating this mass sort of people that are combined by the sheer fact of being in the struggle together, if that makes sense. And
Yeah.
if that mass can give voice to the people that need the voice, then it'll just be all that more powerful, I think.
Take this and make this available. Yes, no, it will. Okay, Mark Barrick's built this completed. I did that right, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, those definitely are part of what goes into it. It's just finding that conversation and having that conversation.
Yeah.
And getting people to not be turned off by that conversation. That's hard.
Right.
Like that's the kind of thing I would love to bring to this.
Right.
And at the same time, like you got to find these things and do these things in such a way that doesn't tokenize the people who are talking.
Of course, yeah. But I think there are ways to do that. Like,
yeah, there definitely is. And like dealing with those things respectfully. Like it came up in the general chat in the cathedral today. I don't know if you saw the whole kerfluffle about
I haven't. No.
FD signifier.
I haven't. No. I have not. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah. So a new person came in and asked if anyone had noticed the talk about FD signifier's anti-miscegenation takes, and I chimed in that it's very clear that he's not being anti-misogynistic. When he went on Twitter, FD signifier went on Twitter a couple weeks back, and he talked about how the media tokenizes.
Yeah, I saw the tweets. Yeah, I saw them.
Yeah. So and some people interpreted that as him being against interracial couples, when that's clearly not what he was talking about.
Right.
So this conversation launches into a bigger conversation about rainbow capitalism in general and why it's bad.
Right.
And my point, and the point of most everyone else, is that the idea is not to normalize being queer or being in an interracial relationship. It's to make those things are already normal. They happen all the time.
Right. Yeah.
Normal encompass them instead of them being encompassed by normal, if that makes sense.
Right.
And like those are the kind of things that you have to do. Is you have to be able to present it in such a way that it underscores that while the way we've treated people in the past is unnatural.
Yeah, of course. This is why you celebrate the fact that finally things are as they should be. Or closer, because that's a whole other topic, but
yeah, I think it's closing the gap is what we can best aim for at this point.
Right. So the gap needs to be closing. That's the key part. The gap needs to be closing. And for that, pretty aggressive action, I would argue, is needed. Even if it will cause many people to complain about it. People complained when the suffragettes did their thing. People complained and mugged them. And at the end of the day, they won rights for women, so...
And even that was a process, and it's still not finished, right?
Yeah, you're right.
And this is a process that crosses over, especially for people of color.
Yeah. True.
I'm at least trying to do something entertaining on stream for the moment. I'm working on a Warcraft 3 map to see if I can't make something nearly as good as they did.
So yeah, it's a very involved, very, which is I'm trying to really prepare for this whole
A thing on Friday.
affirmative action. Yeah.
Who's on the panel that day?
Oh, I shouldn't say. I'm not sure if it's a. I'm not sure if it's like an open thing. I can just say that not your area that's gonna be on it.
Yay. She is your expert, just remember.
Hmm?
Remember, she is your expert.
True. But only when it comes to psychology, so it's okay. Not when it comes to affirmative action.
He's not yet.
So nice. So I might finish the quest and then I might go to sleep since I do have to wake up pretty early to meet my mom.
How's she doing?
She left the rehab center today, or rather yesterday. So she's back home now.
That's good. All right.
Yeah, and tomorrow she's going to the hairdresser. And then we can do stuff. You know?
Right.
Full on giggling.
Well, that's still good. I'm glad she got through all right.
Yeah, it's all thanks to the quick rehab and all, and that's thanks to the fundraiser. Because it was rough. It was rough when, now this rehab was basically just polish, so to speak. You know? She was already walking pretty well when mom went for this round of rehab. But the first time was really rough. She couldn't walk, she couldn't go to the toilet alone or wash herself, etc. And the rehab then was very intense and stressful, and
Yeah, no,
that was the crucial rehab, basically, which only happened because of the fundraiser. Because mom would not have gotten a rehab otherwise. We needed to go private.
Yeah, no, that's better. That happened that way.
Yeah, she would have gotten the first rehab like now. Which is like 5-6 months after, things like doing rehab with such a delay just end with people having basically permanent problems. Yeah, she'd be much worse off. That's true. I do agree with that.
Yeah, as long as she's moving, as long as she's moving through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm playing Diablo here. Probably gonna finish this quest and go to sleep. While thanking everyone. We're gonna release my big Russia video soon. On the threats of nuking. There have been so many weird things coming out from Russia, and I'm not sure if you've heard.
Since we talked on,
Yeah, since we talked, yeah.
I noticed they've been packing tanks full of explosives and driving them at Ukrainian positions.
That too, but
That's always a
also Lukashenko saying that basically Russia wants to lease Crimea from Ukraine, which is
Yeah, that's
such a
definitely not it.
bizarre statement to make, you know? There were a few others, but I'm blanking out on them. I forgot to tell, well, okay, not forgot. I didn't have time to tell Hetman about one thing because we've spoken about nationalism briefly, right?
Right.
And how Poland has a specific culture. We've touched upon that, and how I find it a good thing that more, for example, Ukrainian people are in Poland, right?
Right.
I forgot to say a very crucial thing when it comes to that. Poland was, as a kingdom or as a country, basically never in its history a mono-ethnic thing. It was only made a more or less mono-ethnic thing after World War II because Stalin basically orchestrated it to be so. You know?
No, it was not a mono-ethnic country.
Yeah, throughout.
It's really a mono-ethnic country now.
Throughout, well, not anymore anyway. Like, there was a very interesting article some time ago that basically touched upon the fact that Stalin manufactured Poland being a very mono-ethnic country, you know, by getting rid of all the people that lived in the east, by deporting Germans from the west, right? And that now that that one of the side effects of the invasion of Ukraine is that that situation is basically being undone. Yeah, the situation is being undone, and that it will not return to how it was before. It just won't. And I find it to be a good thing that an artificial basically state is being reversed. You know?
Yeah. At least a much more natural state than it was in.
Yeah. Because Poland, whatever its shape was, a kingdom or even the nation state of Poland after World War I was a very multi-ethnic country. Of Germans, Jewish people, Ukrainians, who made up 15% of the whole population. Shoot a scooter guy for $1 billion, then you can be a friends with what if has. The scooter.
I want to be friends.
Some aesthetic was talking to me and my mom's thing because my mom was like a dude rode into her in the electric scooter, right?
Yeah.
This is actually a criminal case. So this will actually go to court and it actually will result in some sort of like a financial compensation.
That'll really be good too.
So that will definitely happen. And apparently these sort of cases, as much as usually court cases go slow, this one actually will go pretty fast from what I've heard.
Like a year or so?
Couple of months.
Oh, that is fast.
Yeah.
I'll be amazed if we get Trump tried before
yeah, but it's like this is a little bit different, right? It's not a high profile case and it's a clear cut case of just person driving into my mom with several witnesses present. I know.
Yeah.
It's like a super cut and dry.
I've been working on this Warcraft 3 map. I actually think the terrain is really, really good.
Should finish Warcraft 2 on stream and move on to free. So many games, so little time. You know?
Yeah, no. There's never enough time in a day.
True.
I've been here by myself all week because my roommate's been out of town. And I've been feeding animals. I'm exhausted. I never want to see another cat in my life.
Yeah? I used to have 10.
That's a lot of cats.
Yeah. And I could distinguish their meows by how they meowed.
Spending way too much time with cats.
I've developed techniques, you know? I've developed techniques of summoning a cat just by looking at the cat in a specific way. I would look, make a specific case, and they would come running to me. You know?
Yeah. Cats are weird.
That technique worked on a stray cat once. On a grown-up stray cat.
That's really unusual because grown-up cats usually mess with you.
Like, okay, it semi-worked. I did my routine, you know, with the face,
Yeah.
etc., and the cat started running towards me, and then just stopped midway as if realizing something and sort of stopped. Was like almost like a what am I doing moment. You know?
Yeah.
Which I found very interesting. But yes, it's true. Fortunately, all of our cats died.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Kitties are hard.
The death of our kitty a few years ago was the saddest one of all. When we started taking her to the vet for everyday antibiotics and things, and the vet was so sure that she was getting better because the vet said, oh, she's getting better because it's evident by the fact that she's so lively. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the doctor, the vet said, oh, we're just gonna do this blood test. It's gonna be fine for sure. And the very same night, she died in convulsions, which was a whole thing.
That's rough. That's really rough.
And the vet was like, oh, actually, the blood test came back. She wasn't getting better at all. And the only reason why she was so lively because of her sheer will to live. It was a rough time.
How you doing over there, Avery?
Sorry?
I like my dog. I like my dog. He's cute.
Yeah.
Zokalix, it's not what a Feltist is doing now. It's what he's already done.
Diablo 3?
Huh? No. I'm wanting to
someone.
work their world.
Someone. Unless.
Okay. Let's take this trigger and turn it off because it's fucking with something. I just tested this single thing. We'll enable this, disable this. We'll disable this. No, I know because it's required for that trigger to work.
Are you triggered?
I am triggered.
Excuse me, you're triggered?
Very triggered. I'm setting up triggers on this map trying to make quests work. And I think I have figured out part of the problem.
Here we go. We've managed to do the quest.
The important thing to remember is that I'm not a computer programmer.
What do you mean?
Not a computer programmer.
That's a lie. I don't believe you. Is the
I'm also not a magician.
a psycho magician?
Pretty much, yeah.
I think you're a programmer and you're just trying to fool
I am
me.
not. Most definitely not.
I have no choice but to believe you. Even though you have not exactly provided any sources for your claim.
The fact that this thing isn't working properly should be a sufficient enough source.
It might be a false flag.
That's exactly it.
True. Okay, finish this quest. It's such a long quest as well. Probably.
Yeah, Diablo 2 had a lot of really long quests.
Yeah, it's okay. Good for Gabby.
Like, I've been playing through Act 1 again, and like so many of those quests are long.
Yeah, and in this case, they're like side
To
quests.
backtrack on each other. I also reinstalled World of Warcraft recently. That's been interesting.
You should join Xanderhall's guild.
Is he Horde or Alliance?
Horde, of course.
Can't do it.
You need to do it. Okay, let's finish the quest.
Whee!
I still weirded out by Blizzard's policy. If they wanted to keep the Horde versus the Alliance dynamic, then why did they resolve it in Warcraft 3?
They've done a lot of weird things story-wise, though. Like, I stopped playing. I periodically stopped playing, and the first time I periodically stopped playing was right after Wrath of the Lich King.
Right.
Because in my mind, that was
a big fallout for many people in World
Yeah,
of
but it was like
Warcraft.
the natural close of that story.
Yeah, but see,
Like it closed all the things in Frozen Throne.
like see for example, Final Fantasy XIV did it pretty well in my opinion. They closed off a big story arc that's been spanning through all the expansions, and now they just started a brand new storyline that will span through the other new expansions.
Yeah.
They closed off neatly a storyline and they started a new one. I've actually done it pretty well. I actually thought that I would not like the new story as much, but I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit.
Like, World of Warcraft is running far longer than I think they ever intended it to.
Yeah.
Which affects the storytelling.
I think it's maybe. I mean, FF is still doing it pretty well so far.
No, they seem to be doing really well.
Like FF has the good part of not being super tied story-wise to status quos, you know?
Oh, Warcraft left the status quo behind very long time ago.
Well, it is still married to certain status quos.
Some
Let's
of
be
them,
honest.
yes.
Like, to me, the silliest thing that I've heard in World of Warcraft is the world needs a Lich King. That's
Oh,
a
yeah,
status quo that they will never let go, no matter what.
Okay, it works. I did it right, sort of. I just have to figure out the order of things. I'm genius.
Or even the Horde versus Alliance status quo. They also won't let go of that.
Well, part of that is because the weirdness they had to do to get the Horde and WoW to work. And they get the Alliance. Not so much the Alliance. The Alliance kind of fits a little bit more naturally. But the fact that they stuck the Undead and the Blood Elves in the Horde really is odd.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Okay, I've done the quest, so I'm gonna leave you here because I've been streaming for 7 hours. It's been a 7 hours long stream. Thank you very much for doing the love session with What About Hest. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. On Wednesday, I'm going to get going to. On Wednesday, we'll be back with Wreck War Part 1. And on Friday, it'll be the Make War Not Love challenge with What If All Test. So that'll be fun.
True.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and have a good one.
True. I'm gonna press disconnect and...
Yep. I'm stopping anyway.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're out.
Okay. So I'm gonna say bye-bye as well. Bye-bye, everyone. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna meet Mom tomorrow. I'm gonna type in love and solidarity and the heart. Love and solidarity and a heart. And good night. I'm gonna press end stream. And I'm pretty happy we were able to have a little bit of a conversation about the Juneteenth. Okay. Okay.